Well,
Yeah.
even
Looking out upon the shore, I found balance and so much more. It's getting clearer all the time. All we see are all these dead straight lines, and show me what's in reality. And I won't compromise between the truth and lies. This is where I make my stand. Please don't take me to your la-la land. It's all about geometry. All we see is horizontally. Show me what's in reality, and I won't compromise between the truth and lies. Show me what's in reality, and I won't compromise between the truth and lies. Reality is all I see. I don't need your fantasy. I've had enough of sophistry. I'll find my own philosophy. Reality is all I see. I don't need your fantasy. I've had enough of sophistry. I'll find my own philosophy. And you can't bend reality into what you think your cog deceives. Something's happening to me. Don't remind me of how things used to be. We don't need no sycophants. Aren't we all just so sick of that?
And come on. Waiting for my thing to wind up. There you go. And we are live. At least I think I are. Welcome everybody. It's Thursday. Today, Euclid Day. Titled this one, The Geometric Implications of Straight. Because some people seem to be a little bit confused. Got a bit last night. Thank you, everyone. That was Buster Dead straight lines. It's racking up. That's an old one. Good. You might see this stuff about level and horizontal and some different things in there, because I believe that the argument that a lot of people have now is a counteraction to what we have been talking about, but that's just it. We just talk about stuff. Nobody's telling anybody to forcing anybody into any opinions or anything like that. Thanks, Rob. Rob Keane. So what we're going to go over today is a conversation that sort of ensued after the flat Earth math conversation that we had. If anybody's aware of the flat Earth math conversation, but going deeper into what he was doing and the implications of what he was saying, ended up being that if you assume horizontal's a straight line, you've heard it. You know what? I mean, I've not uploaded it in this one. I don't know whether it needs cutting in or not, because I don't know, the way we have these conversations. I mean, is it worth really promoting some dude that says the implications of horizontal being a straight line means that you're being anti-globe or something? I mean, we've been saying for quite a while this entire thing is just completely fabricated around something that isn't real anyway. So hey, all we're doing is going over something that's ridiculous at its core, but hopefully we should be able to expose a simplicity that's always been there, and a new contradiction. And mainly this is about something that has been hidden. I think has been completely taken out. We found what we called existential cognitive veiling as the idea that if something becomes real, and that real obviously involves the identity of the subject and, you know, the processing of it, but if it becomes too real, then there's a way of you hiding it from yourself. Obviously, there must be. And that's what's been going on. And the very conversation about this straight line, which, if anybody's noticed or not, we've been completely dedicated to the simplicity around geometry, but it's really the logic that led us to this place. And within that, it comes down to a simplicity of the straight line. What is your conception or your understanding personally of the straight line? Because it's going to be tested. There's a group of people that they're going to, I don't know what you call it. I'd say gaslighting. But they're gaslighting about a straight line. And I don't know whether everybody gets this or not, or whether it's just us here in this server. To me, I find it amazing, you know, the lens that certain people go to. But I'm guessing if they don't get questioned in the correct way, then how do you ever get to have these sort of conversations? Well, tonight is going to be an example of a conversation that can come around quite easily because of flat Earth math and what flat Earth math has said. So I don't know whether did I go through this yesterday. So the series of events that lead us up to this is that I'm in the Discord server on the level Discord server, and I'm doing some video editing, and I've got a couple of Buster songs, and I've got the flat Earth math rebuttal to an argument that only he made video. And I've been going over it, and because I've been going over it and cutting pieces of this video in the thing, somebody comes in and has a look at it and asks me what I'm doing. So in my I don't know how to explain what the flat Earth math video is about. So I was trying to explain to him. Well, you'll hear the conversation, right? So I'm doing a video and I'm clipping bits of the video, and because of that, I'm going over the video a lot more with finer detail, because I want to clip bits out to put within the Buster song that you don't understand. And as I'm doing that, this guy comes in. Now, this guy is I'd say old school. I've not been around this for as many years as quite a few people that are around here. Especially like Flat Earth Math claims 14 years he's been in this. Amazing, right? So, a guy from pretty much the beginning of when I came onto the Discord to talk comes in and from a long time away comes in to have a chat, and the conversation that we're going to go over is this conversation, but it's more of a way how to use what math has given us within this conversation. Yeah, let me get it sorted up here. Right, you guys in Discord see that?
Yes, we can, I think.
Yep.
Okie dokie. Right, I have them, as you can see, you guys in Discord anyway. I'm midway through doing this, and there's a few clips that I've clipped out. You might be able to see whenever we go over them, if we get that far.
This is the vid you're putting together?
Yeah, this is a video that I'm putting together. I don't think anybody on the YouTube can see this. It'll just be the Discord screen for them to look at as we're going through this. So I won't be able to see the YouTube. You'll have to let us know what's going on YouTube. I'll keep an eye on the Discord today. Right, so like I say, this is a guy that's not been around for quite a while, and he's come in presumably because I think he's seen me editing a video of flat Earth math and that particular thing. So you might hear him reference a picture, and that picture is one of the pictures that was in the flat Earth math video, because that was what was showing on the screen, much as this is showing now. Right. Okay, let us know if you can hear it. So what do you think of the new line that Flat Earth Math's taking? Do you like that? Is that the Flat Earth Society? That is he?
Tell me about it. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh yeah, sorry. This guy's called Parmesan. If anybody else knows, he's been around for quite a few years at least 2 or 3 years when I first talked to him. And then he's only just appeared back again. So just checking with him whether he knew that Flat Earth Math was a Flat Earth Society guy or not. Interesting non-answer. Which is part of the orders, I think. Oh.
Tell me more.
You know, do you know who Flat Earth Math is?
No.
He's a claimed to
familiar.
be teacher in America.
Okay. In America? Oh,
I think so, yeah. Somewhere.
Okay.
I don't know where. And he was driving home from work the other day, and he was listening to me doing a stream where I said all perpendiculars to a plane are parallel, like within geometry. And I also said that vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. And he didn't like that. Those two things going together seemed to upset him, and he's made a video, and we're going over it. But he sort of exposes.
Is he saying? Let me guess. Well, not guess, but tell me. Just got a question. Is he saying that vertical and perpendicular are only at right angles if they're on the same point? If you go vertical and perpendicular at different points, they could be at different angles.
I honestly don't know what he's trying to say at the minute. Does anybody know what Flat Earth Math meant to say? You know, like this guy come in and I'm trying to explain Flat Earth Math. He doesn't understand who he is. It says he doesn't know who he is, but he's trying to say he is Flat Earth Math saying about, I don't know, vertical and perpendicular or something.
This man is saying. What is his name?
Parmesan cheese.
Parmesan.
Yeah.
So this is implication of what Flat Earth Math is saying. He is not saying it explicitly, but it is implicit. Because if you bend what he did, if you bend horizontal line and level line, then you will have divergent verticals. It's simple. But he is still he's showing supposedly that there are right angles. There are no right angles to the curve, but that's the trick. So when he bends horizontal line, it means that there are no parallel verticals, no more. But this is implication.
Yeah, it's a bit hard for them to say that, so we'll let them say it. Hopefully, this is this is my first chance of being able to try and explain Flat Earth Math's 6-minute rebuttal video to an argument that he made himself in his own head. He came to a conclusion. And this is his rebuttal. And then this is me now trying to use this conversation about Flat Earth Math, talking to somebody new about the same thing. He's saying that vertical and level are perpendicular. And everyone knows that vertical
and level?
Yeah.
Well, level.
He did, didn't he? That was the one part that he edited to say that vertical and level were perpendicular. I remember that one.
Level is curved by the standard. I know you don't believe that, but I know by everybody else's standard. So how could you have you can have perpendicular? It's like having a perpendicular.
He's a
to
mathematics teacher. That's what
Yeah.
we're going over, like how we can have this. So you see, he's saying there now, right, that he doesn't think it's possible for you to have plumb and level being perpendicular. Doesn't think it's
Yes,
possible.
by some standards,
Hmm.
it is impossible. But strange. But
Yeah.
he was trying to say that this is impossible to have perpendicular to a curve, or what? Something.
Yeah, he said level's a curve, so you can't have perpendicular to it.
Yeah,
There is no
that's
perpendicular
true.
to it.
Yes.
Yeah, that's true if it's a curve. So let's see whether they can actually stick by those rules. You don't say that you can't have plumb and level being perpendicular.
Plumb and level being perpendicular. Well, don't know if perpendicular is the right term for that. Because your level is not a straight line.
Well, I think it is. Well, in fact, I know it is.
And that's where
Yeah.
most of the disagreements of people with you come, Bev. It's you say level is a straight line, and every person I've heard, or every surveyor and globe believing person I've heard debate with you or talk with you insists that level is not straight line.
Yeah, I know.
Curves with Earth.
There you go. Got to it really quickly, right?
Yes,
Guy's
globe surveyor
experienced.
disagrees.
Yeah. That it's a straight line. So he's saying now, because it's a curved line, nothing can be perpendicular to it because it's a curved line. You can't have perpendicular to a curved line. I'm not so sure he was aware that he'd said that, or that was what he wanted to say, because he's not have narrowed all of his options here. But hey. Well, have you heard of that transition into horizontal? Do you think it would be possible for you to, how would you say, make a horizontal level within your framework? Do you think that's possible?
Transition into horizontal.
Yeah. See, what I'm doing here within this is we know now, right? Because Flat Earth Math told us that it's not enough for them to just bend level. They've hidden it away for quite a while, but Flat Earth Math has exposed this massive problem that they have, and that is horizontals got to go too. You can't have horizontal being a straight line within this framework. Flat Earth Math told us if you have horizontal as a straight line, you're assuming it's a globe. So now the horizontal has to go, but not everybody's up to date. They're only aware of the fact that they had to bend level and separate it from horizontal. But now they're realizing that level and horizontal are linked together. You can't separate them. It becomes a little bit tricky. Thanks, Flat Earth Math, though, for bringing this up into some sort of a conversation. I think he's done well. Thank you.
Transition. I don't understand how that would work. Horizontal is a straight line.
Oh,
Level
right. See, there you go. Right. But are you sure that horizontal is a straight line? Is that if you assume horizontal to be a straight line, then that's the bit we haven't quite got to yet, Emma. But
well,
yeah.
It's not an assumption. It's the definition of what horizontal, because horizontal is an imaginary line you're making, right? You're just saying, I'm going to take a horizontal line at this location, and by definition, by what you mean when you're saying that, you mean a straight line.
Well, I think you might find, if you follow strictly to the letter of this video, you might be assuming it's not a globe if you assume that horizontal is a straight line.
I'm pretty sure I'm in line with most globers on that. A horizontal line is straight. A level is not straight.
So he's pretty sure he's in line with the globers, and the globers are saying that horizontal is a straight line and level isn't a straight line. Get ready to reshift your thought patterns, guys.
Yes, he's not occurring with the newest wisdom of the stage.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, Flat Earth Math has just updated them into the conversation that I think they've been trying to avoid for quite a while. The whole reason I said at the very, very beginning of all of this, I said, level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. I linked level, straight, line, plane, all together. Because they are. You can't get rid of one of them without all of the others going with it. And that's where we're at. We're level they've done for a fair bit, quite confident in abilities of level, but now comes the horizontal, the straight line and the plane. Has to go all in one fell swoop. Welcome to Flat Earth Math, new 2023. We're only 3 weeks. We're not even out of January yet. This is the new argument, if you will. The new statement, the new challenge, the new question. How are you going to deal with it? Straight lines. The geometric implications of a straight line are going to start smacking the globe. The blue marble scientists, they fear a straight line. We look for the fear of a straight line. Don't think we can find one. How could you fear a straight line? Well, if you've got a model, then yeah, you get pretty... Come and have a chat about it anytime. Okay.
And those two are different.
Okay, so you have a horizontal line of A and B.
Yeah.
And you're going to have a perpendicular at A and a perpendicular at B.
Okay.
Now, those are both vertical, right?
Vertical.
Perpendicular to horizontal.
Perpendicular to the horizontal line, yes.
Okay. I think that's where you're assuming that it's not a globe, aren't you?
Well, I'm not assuming anything. I'm just taking what you said. Horizontal line, you draw two perpendicular lines to it.
Mm-hmm.
They are perpendicular to it. That's what you said.
Yeah.
Which I agree with.
Yeah. But the fact that that horizontal line you place as a straight line automatically in your head.
Because that's what you mean when you say horizontal line. That's what I understand when somebody says horizontal line.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of people that are going to be falling into this, isn't there? It's me talking again now. Keep pausing it. There's a lot of people that can easily fall into this mistrust of the globe, this denying the globe without unintentional. Right? I don't know if people are actually aware. This guy, he's been away for a few years, although he says he's still been around. And this stuff with Flat Earth Math that Flat Earth Math has just brought out, I mean, it seems like it's new stuff, but I mean, can it really be that new? This is part of the blue marble scientific method, right? This is long established, isn't it? Isn't this a known fact that these globe guys, the blue marble scientists, they can't have operating a horizontal being a straight line? I mean, how can everyone be so unaware of it? We've known it for quite a while. I think it's one of those not really talked about subjects. Well, thanks to Flat Earth Math, we can now start talking about the geometric implications of a straight line and geometric implications of horizontal being a straight line. It's great. Yeah.
Right.
So you can, how long can you make that horizontal line?
As long as you can, as long as you want.
And you
infinite.
would still be able to have perpendiculars anywhere on it, right? You can make it a horizontal plane.
And
And all the
anywhere on it.
perpendiculars would be parallel.
On that plane, yes.
Yeah. And all the
But that plane would
perpendiculars,
not follow. Yeah, go on. Sorry.
all the perpendiculars to a horizontal are vertical.
No.
Do you like that?
Yes, I heard.
Well,
This is not normal. It has to end that way.
Mhm.
So normally.
Yeah, but do you reckon this has been a normal vocalization sort of technique of people saying this? It's been implied, hasn't it? But have you ever actually heard anybody say this?
No, but they have problem with saying this because, as they say, I think that they realize that it sounds ridiculous.
Well, welcome back to it. Perpendicular. Oh,
on that plane, yes.
yeah. And all the
But that plane would not
perpendiculars,
follow. Yeah, go on. Sorry.
all the perpendiculars to a horizontal are vertical. All perpendiculars to a horizontal are vertical. This is the very thing that made Flat Earth Math make the original 6-minute video of a rebuttal, because he came to a reasoning process in his head after hearing that very statement. All perpendiculars to a horizontal will be vertical. Super triggering statement. And what does this guy say whenever you hear it? I mean, you've got to be deep within this to be able to do this, right? Would you say so? For him to be able to answer this quickly, I'll go back here. We go listen. And all the
But that plane would
perpendiculars,
not follow. Yeah, go on. Sorry.
all the perpendiculars to a horizontal are vertical.
No, because vertical has a different meaning.
Vertical's got a different meaning. All the perpendiculars to a horizontal will be vertical. No, because vertical has a different meaning.
Well, different definition.
Than perpendicular to horizontal.
No, not any longer.
Yeah, I know. I mean, if it's it's one of these situations that if it's not a right angle, then what is it? It's sort of the geometric implications of what he's saying are just sort of, I don't know, they're a little bit deeper than I think he realises just for going, no, not that. Not that doesn't really give you anything else when there's only really one geometric option that it could possibly be.
It was what's weird. He didn't even think about it. He just immediately said no.
Mm-hmm. That's strange, right?
Yeah.
For him saying,
Pre-programmed.
I know he said he doesn't know flat earth math. But I mean, remember he did come in because I was going through a video of his on the thing, and that's why we're here. So this guy's very happy to be able to say that vertical and horizontal aren't perpendicular, right? No, not always. What? Vertical and horizontal are perpendicular.
Okay, if you're taking it from one particular point.
Anywhere.
Mm, well, here's the thing. I think again it's terminology, right? Because vertical, if you're talking about the surface of the Earth, which usually it is, right?
No. We're just talking. Did anybody hear anybody talking about the surface of the Earth?
No, but it's ingrained there.
Well, vertical.
Why is that?
Why is vertical ingrained in
You're just
the...
having a conversation about horizontals and verticals. I mean, what does the Earth have to do with that? I mean, why? It just, I mean, they have that preconceived notion that that's what you're about. And that's not what you're about. You're just discussing horizontal being, and verticals. That's all.
Yeah, vertical and horizontal, geometric, geometric ideals, right? The relationship between the two, it's more of a thought thing.
But why does the ground have to come into it? If you're doing something on a blackboard, whiteboard, or a piece of paper, what does the ground have to do with it? Or if you're just having a discussion, if the ground isn't first brought into it, say, okay, we're talking about things relating to the ground. And that's never said here. Ever.
Yeah, I think I've got something wrote on the board here, right? That when something doesn't fit their model, I'm trying not to say the model, so when something doesn't fit, what they have to do is they have to find a way to be able to deal with the contradiction. The contradiction being the thing that doesn't quite fit. And in this way, what they're doing is, because they do like circular arguments and circular reasoning, and what they're trying to do is they're trying to relate it to the very thing that they want to say it can't be. Right? Because Flat Earth Math did it. A lot of people are going to do this. And I think mentally they do this similar sort of thing. That if they can relate the horizontal, i.e. the straight line, to their deity, somehow to the monad, then they can conceptually bend it, which is more compliant to what they want it to be. So they're literally trying to falsify horizontal by relating it to their deity. And that's the reason they're doing it. They're relating it to their deity so that they can attempt to falsify it. But obviously only falsify it within their little group of people. Because they're not going to falsify horizontal to the general public, right? I mean, this is conceptual understanding, vertical, horizontal, the perpendicular.
Absolutely. I mean, I believe if you ask anyone that's not aware of this conversation, they would respond exactly the same way.
Yeah.
They would know what horizontal and vertical are and that they're perpendicular. Absolutely.
Well, see, this conversation is only brought around by crazy people saying something that they're making up to justify a contradiction that they hold. I don't know.
They have a requirement to abide by the rules of their God, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, it gets tough. Talking about vertical and horizontal.
Yes, but what does vertical mean?
It's a straight line
Vertical
in
to
the
what?
orientation.
Yeah, but how are you orientating yourself? Your plane, your straight plane could be tilted, right? Well, if you had a plane,
we have like canals in our ears that keep the balance. He said straight lines could be tilted when you're referring to vertical and horizontal. So I don't know.
A quick question.
Yeah, go on.
You have a horizontal line, you have a perpendicular below it. Is it still called a vertical?
If it's perpendicular to horizontal, yeah.
But it would be going. It would be in the down direction before, like on a piece of paper, you drew a horizontal line and you drew the perpendicular below the horizontal line. It's still called the vertical.
Yeah, because that straight line anyway could be extended indefinitely in any direction, right? So the vertical's not necessarily a direction. It is both, isn't it? Like, as horizontal is left, right, forwards and backwards. 4, actually. Vertical's up and down, because vertical's only one dimension, horizontal is the 2.
And what if you have a line that's angled below the horizontal? Would that be called declination, right?
Well, if it would be extended, it would be an inclination on the other side, wouldn't it?
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So that it follows the geometric principles of the opposite angles. The vertical angles would be similar, but one would be going upwards and one would be going downwards.
Correct. Thank you.
Yeah. To allow us to keep balance.
That's based on gravity. Because your middle ear, inner ear, that detects your orientation, that's basically a bunch of water.
Yeah.
Or not water,
yeah,
fluid.
water.
Right?
What's that got to do with gravity?
Within your ears.
Yeah.
No, it's a pressure equilibrium canal. It's the pressure equilibrium across the side of your head that helps you orientate yourself and what your understanding of what horizontal is. But I mean, you link that to the water, surely.
Right. So that when you lie down, that fluid inside your ear moves to a different position. The hairs that sense the fluid inside that part of the ear, different hairs get stimulated. The ones that were stimulated while you were standing up are no longer being stimulated. The ones that are stimulated when you're lying down are now being stimulated, right?
Okay.
And from those signals, your brain interprets your position.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You said that was to do with gravity, but now it's to do with hairs being stimulated.
It is to do with gravity because that's what.
So gravity stimulates your hairs when you're led down differently, somehow. It's interesting, this thing, because you know every time I hear that now, I hear the monad. That word. That's their god.
Causes the fluid to
Big
move.
G or little g?
What do you mean gravity causes the fluid to move? It's you moving that causes the fluid to move.
Oh, big G.
I mean, come on, think about it. Seriously.
All things are because of the big G. Big G or little G? Which one?
You have, hold on, Bev. We'll change the subject in a bit. You have a transparent tube, right? You fill it like, let's say, a quarter with water, right? Now you rotate the tube around. Why does the water move in relation to the position of the tube? You put a marker, right? You've got the water at the bottom of that tube.
See, he's got that circular tube thing. I think he's got a Bob designed water level hat that I can science that made. So that's sort of the design I'm getting. He's made a tube, a circle tube. I'm pretty sure that's a Bob the Science Guy design.
Moved it. The water moves because you moved it.
Well, what caused the water? Why didn't the water move with the tube?
Because that's what water does.
Exactly. And what causes it to do that?
That's because that's what water does. That's water.
Okay, fair enough.
Water has properties and it behaves in its own way. It doesn't need something else.
Okay, well, fair enough. Let's leave it at that then. The water moves down, and
Is that because you know you're talking shit?
No,
He's stumped by the fact that he put some water in a tube and noticed that when you move the tube, the water moves. When you move it.
Yes,
He found that
that's
unusual?
embarrassing.
Yeah, it's fascinating, right? Emma had to point it out to him, like, yeah, the water moves because you moved it. Like, well done. Blue Marble Science and their experiments, it's great.
Because I don't want to get into that debate.
Because you can't win
But
it.
It's not a debate, really, is it?
But the point is, the water moves to what you would call down, right? Which is not the same as horizontal.
No, horizontal
Which is
is
coming back to the
opposed to
original
the up
point.
and down, isn't it? Like, come on. That's more left and right. What the fuck?
Which, coming back to the original thing, vertical to your perception will follow the curvature of the Earth. So
Hear that? Put that back again.
vertical to your perception will follow the curvature of the Earth. So if you move
Vertical to your perception will follow the curvature of the Earth.
No, nonsense, Fabi.
Yeah.
Nothing to
It's
do
a
with
straight line.
perception.
Vertical is definitely a straight line, so how can it follow the curvature of the Earth? What does he mean by that?
Remember that old saying, the things children say? Now we
Yeah.
have to say the things adults say.
You have to just follow it. What what fascinates me is the freedom with people, that people can say these things. I know my name's Try Thinking, right? But I mean, it seems like there is very to zero thought that goes into some of the words that come out. They're just reactionary, and it seems
But how do
strange.
they not think about it afterwards, Bev? Because when I listen to the show sometimes and I hear myself say something stupid, I have to walk away and think about why I said something like that. How do these people not react or do the same thing?
I don't know.
move around the Earth, your
Sorry,
vertical
wait.
changes.
Vertical will follow the curvature of the Earth. Vertical's a straight line.
No, I said change.
But vertical
change.
is a straight
Let's say
line,
follow.
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, vertical, the idea of a vertical, yeah, is straight line. Well, vertical line, yeah, okay, is a straight line.
Yeah, because can you have a vertical plane?
You can.
Oh, are you sure?
I suppose you can, yeah.
I mean, I know you can in reality, right? You can have a horizontal plane in reality. But
yeah.
What do you think, according to your model? Do you think your model will allow you vertical and horizontal planes?
Yes.
See, he's a bit behind on this one. I would imagine a lot of people are. I mean, we have been calling for people to come and have a chat about this. I don't know whether you call it what. Well, it's geometry, the understanding and the realizing Euclid is a very real thing. Logical process and all of that backs itself up. The idea of the not that is very, very difficult for you to get a grip on. And once you start understanding the need for the not that and why they have to move away from this, it starts to become very, very tricky within the understanding of this. And Flat Earth Math has given us the chance to entertain these ideas right now. As it always goes, once we start talking about something, it develops because other people listen to us. There are probably some Blue Marble scientists listening in now thinking, oh, Bev's, we're going to have to start saying that Bev doesn't understand what he's talking about. when the very fact is that nobody can talk about this. It's the conceptual understanding of a straight line. Nobody really wants to talk about it because it's too deep a subject for anybody to try and get a grip on, because the implications of what you have to imagine within the contradictions that you already hold, it's too much. But you're going to get a glimpse into the idea of what happens when you start entertaining this, the idea of the not that. Because obviously, vertical, horizontal, straight line, plane, plane against the plane, it all works. That's how everybody understands it. This is the not that. This is where we're at now. 2023. Who have you been talking to? Have you been talking to any of the geometers, the blue marble science geometers recently?
Not on this particular topic, which is a very
we've been talking to them for ages, right? And it's within everybody's
So where's
perception.
the contention then? So where's the contention?
Well, the contention is that people want to bend horizontals because you can't actually have verticals being perpendicular to horizontal, can you? Although you say you can, you technically can't. Within this conversation, I'm not aware of how it goes because now I'm telling him the implications of what math said, and I'm not too fully sure that anybody can really comprehend what's going on once you're faced with this for the first time, because it's not normal, it's not usual, it's definitely not the norm, and it's something you'll have never heard of before, never even thought of. Never even thought for the need for you to have to do this. It's just ridiculous. Not that situation, right? Whilst agreeing to that, but with the concept of the not that in the background.
Let me try and say it again, Bever. I think this is the important bit. In the global model, the vertical line that you draw at any one point on Earth, where you're standing right now, let's say, or you're sitting or whatever, the vertical line you draw there, or vertical plane, whatever, will be not parallel to a vertical line you draw if you moved 100 miles forward. Right? Your vertical line will be different. It will not be parallel to the first one.
Yeah.
That's in the globe model.
Yeah.
Right?
Which means that you can't have vertical and horizontal being perpendicular. I understand.
You can.
You can't.
You can. One of them will be, but not all of them.
What do you mean?
One of them will.
One of them. Thought that is a class line.
Not possible. If it is straight line, all have to be parallel.
One of them.
The chosen one.
Yeah,
the chosen one.
The special one. None of the others shall be true. It's just true in this one. Well, I'm guessing if he took that as a percentage, and there's only one of the billions of possibility, well, the infinite possibilities of chances, then that's not very good odds. I'm not so sure mathematics would work like that. I don't know why they define it as being perpendicular if only one out of an infinite amount of things on a plane. I mean, it'd make the geometry false. Strange. What?
So,
one of what?
One of the vertical lines.
Yeah, because and then the horizontal line. How long is the straight line and the vertical?
As long as you want, infinite.
Right, so how long is the perpendicular?
The horizontal, you mean?
Well, the perpendicular. It's if you're talking about it geometrically, and you can have an infinitely long vertical, how long are you going to give the horizontal? to be
The horizontal
perpendicular.
can be infinite as well.
Okay, now as you travel along that horizontal, the rules of
Yeah.
this is that vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. So how
As you
far
travel
can
along
you
that horizontal,
travel
yeah.
along the horizontal, making
As far as you want.
perpendicular verticals?
Right. On the globe model, you can travel as far as you want.
In
but as you get-
reality, right?
Hold on. Go on.
In reality, how far can you travel along a horizontal, putting perpendiculars there and them being vertical?
You mean on the globe, on the Earth, on the surface of the Earth?
I mean, in
reality
reality,
is what you mean.
yes.
You can't travel at all. As soon as you deviate, your vertical will be not.
So that's
parallel.
not perpendicular. So, did you hear that?
Yes, so he was talking about reality, but in fact he was talking about model.
Yeah, he was talking about his globe and he's willing to go along and say this, well, this and this and this. But I kept asking him about reality and eventually none. You can't even move. It's not possible to move along a horizontal plane having a perpendicular that's vertical. Now that should be shocking news to people. Just about everybody, I think. Again, like this is interesting stuff, and I'd have to say thank you, Flat Earth Math, for bringing these conversations into the arena. Thank you. Perpendicular, then, right?
It becomes not perpendicular. It's perpendicular at the point where you
can't
draw
have
the lines.
perpendicular at a point. That's the thing. Right?
Yeah, you
Perpendicular. No. Perpendicular is the requirement of a relationship of one straight line to another straight
Correct.
line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then if you move away, you're drawing a different straight line, which is no longer perpendicular.
No, different two straight lines is what he's saying. He doesn't say a different straight line. He should be saying a different two straight lines. You can't use either of the straight lines. It's what he's just said. You can't go perpendicular from the horizontal to make another vertical. You're not allowed. But is the game to push on the confusion to show, I don't know, like they were doing with Nathan Oakley. They're sort of saying it, but not saying it, and waiting for you to finish it off for them. Just seems like very confusing between perpendicular, the relationship of two straight lines. You've already drawn the horizontal. It's already been drawn.
You've drawn the horizontal,
yeah.
But your vertical line, where you are now, you've got a vertical line. If you move away from where you're sitting right now, you move 100 meters to the left, right?
Yeah.
You draw a new
along
vertical
the
line.
horizontal.
Whatever, along the horizontal, you still move. That means you have to like gain elevation as you're moving.
You don't gain. You get that? Do you get that? You have to gain elevation on a horizontal. What's made him say that? Again, model. Affliction.
Whatever, along the horizontal, you still move. That means you have to like gain elevation as you're moving.
You don't gain. You don't gain elevation.
You do need to gain elevation
along a horizontal.
You cannot walk or yes, you do.
No, you don't. He's laughing. It's laughing as though it's funny. As you walk along a horizontal, this guy is trying to tell you that you gain elevation. Level is a tool for giving you a gaining elevation. Interesting. He might have been going off what certain people have been telling him, but I mean, I'm pretty sure he's not true about that. He might have been mistaken. He must be mistaken.
If you're walking along a horizontal, you are gaining elevation.
No, there's no slope to a horizontal.
There isn't, but there is a slope to the surface of the earth. Okay.
So there's no slope to a horizontal, yet you're gaining in elevation.
Contradiction in terms.
Mm-hmm. What makes you say something like that? I mean, why would somebody say something that's a blatant contradiction when you're just talking about vertical and horizontal? Like, what's going on? It's like he's getting confused between the geometrical aspects and relating it to reality.
What did he say there was a slope to again?
He said there's no slope.
No, he said there was a slope to something at the end there, didn't he?
Let's go back.
Yes, you do.
No, you don't.
If you're walking along a horizontal, you are gaining elevation.
No, there's no slope to a horizontal.
There isn't, but there is a slope to the surface of the earth. Okay.
Yeah, there's a slope to the surface of the earth.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
There's a slope to the surface of the earth. So if you have a horizontal, you start with a horizontal and you're going to continue that horizontal, and you happen to run into
Space.
a 6,000 foot mountain.
Yeah,
Is
I
that a
did
slope to
point
the
out.
mountain then?
I think I point out to him that it does slope upwards as well as down. Doesn't slope down all the time. That there isn't. Yeah, it's quite an interesting little piece they're about to come in here, right? But remember this again. We're trying to falsify horizontal because flat Earth math has decreed it is the next quest for these guys, right? But this guy on flat Earth math is what they're doing is they're trying to falsify horizontal being a straight line by relating it to the Earth. That's their only tactic of what they're doing here. It's a neat argument that they're pushing. It's going to be coming more and more.
A curvature to the surface of the earth, which is why you're gaining elevation from the surface of the earth as you move along a straight horizontal.
Well, there you go. You're gaining elevation along the straight horizontal that isn't sloping, but it is gaining elevation. It's a contradiction.
How can you gain elevation if you're staying level?
It's a globe
No,
contradiction.
he didn't say level. Level
Well, he
for
said
him is curved.
horizontal, didn't he?
Yeah, he did say horizontal. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, John's right as well. Level is horizontal. It's just that their conception of a model is leading them to believe that horizontal actually gains in elevation. Both ways. It's a very strange concept. Well, actually, when you have a tool called a level, that establishes a horizontal. And you measure the elevation change of the land by measuring the distance from the horizontal plane. But you seem to say that the elevation of the horizontal plane changes.
The ground drops away from it, yes.
It does. The ground drops away from it. Isn't the same as the horizontal gaining elevation, is it? It's not. He seems to have got mixed up here. Or immediately backtracked on what he said. I don't know whether he knew what he said, right? The gaining elevation of a horizontal now is the ground sloping away from it. That's not a gaining of elevation. It's just using sophistry, trickery. I can see what he's doing.
That would be vertical drop.
Yeah, vertical change.
He is admitting that horizontal doesn't deviate, though, right?
Doesn't deviate from what? It's hard work to have the conversation. Yeah, I don't know what he's admitting. Like he did say the horizontal plane gained in elevation, but now he's saying that the land is moving away from the horizontal plane, but that
he's
doesn't
looking
make
at
an
it.
elevation change of the. Sorry, doesn't. Well, yeah, go on. Sorry.
He's looking at it from the opposite way now. The ground's dropping rather than the elevation. I mean, yeah, the horizontal's gaining elevation, which did make sense.
Yeah, this shows the confusion that's going on, and don't worry if you're confused too listening to it, because I think that's the idea, right? It's not. Nothing's being simplified here to make it easy. What's going on is somebody's injecting something else in to deal with the contradiction they've heard, and now they're saying really stupid things about straight lines because they've got a model. Simple as that. Model's causing them confusion. It's an affliction they can't get past. Sometimes the land can rise up, can't it? Have you ever seen a mountain going that goes up, doesn't it?
Yeah. Obviously, mountains will go up. Yeah, but generally, the curvature of the Earth will drop away. Overall.
What do you mean?
But
Curvature of
overall.
the Earth? What's that? Like
Exactly.
like a mountain. Generally, they go. I suppose they go up as much as they go down, so that would average out, right? Surely, the road up is the same as the road down. So
they'll be going down more.
Up is
They would
down.
be-
You can't.
from-
You can. No, you like that one as well. I quite like that.
That was great. Yeah.
You'd be going down more.
What does that mean?
More, right? You go down more than you go up, he thinks.
Well,
You are going both directions, but in one direction more.
Yeah, more. It's like you go downhill more than you go
It's
uphill.
like this. It's like this, John. Just think of it this way. What goes up must come down. Just what goes up must come down more.
Yeah. There's more down than going back up again.
Yeah.
okay.
Checks out.
Yeah. You can't go up the mountain and come down more than you're going up. That doesn't make any sense, does it?
You can. But from
Yeah, you can.
Yeah,
Yeah, you can.
What can we say?
Yeah.
I'm shocked he's backing that up.
Well, you can. Right. Well, yeah, I don't know. Like, go on. Let's not.
your horizontal,
You can go down
you're-
more than you go up.
Of course, you can go down more than you go up. You ever been in the basement?
Anyone want to comment on that?
You dig down into the ground. You somehow come down. So you're going up the mountain. Then you're going to come down the mountain. You're in your car. And then you're going to nosedive your car into the ground. And how does that work? Is there like a mining tip on the end of it, maybe?
I think it
when you
goes
come
along
down,
keeping his analogies, right? Once you go to the basement, you can never go back to the attic. Otherwise, you'd be falsifying your thing that you can go down more than you can go up. So,
But even when you go down to the basement, when you come back up to the first floor, you're walking up an equal distance.
yeah, but you've started off in your attic, right? You can never go back to the attic again, right? Once you've been to the basement, you cancelled that up, right? You're not allowed to go back. It's within the rules of you must go down more than you go up. It's a blue marble science thing.
Yeah, I will admit it's a little difficult
Yeah.
to wrap your head around, I'd say.
Yeah, it's like entering through the doorway with your right foot first or something like, one of these strange traditions that they have. You've got to go down more than you go up. You've got a basement, haven't you?
But anyway, the point is, from your
Anyway.
horizontal, the surface of the Earth will be dropping away. The level will be dropping. The Earth level, the sea level, whatever you want to use
Like
as
a
a reference,
canal.
will drop away.
I like to use a canal as a reference.
Yeah.
So,
Surface of the water in that canal will drop away from any horizontal you establish.
a drop, do you say? Like,
It will.
like measured on the vertical?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah, we're back on again. That now there's a measured drop from the horizontal of the water level. We're on. Jesse Kozlowski. Back in there. Get in. We might finally get some sort of action on this. Measuring the drop in the water level over distance, vertical.
It will drop away, and that's what everybody's telling
in both directions.
In both directions. In infinite directions.
Infinite directions, right?
Impossible on the globe.
Infinite directions. The water level measured as a vertical drop in every direction. It's amazing, this stuff, that this, like a few years of being away, and when you come back, look at what they've missed out on. All of this catching up. Thanks, math. I mean, like, for doing this, flat Earth math. Thanks for bringing it into everybody's idea that you can measure a vertical drop from a horizontal, even though a horizontal has an elevation change. He's ended up in a contradiction again. I don't know how he's going to get out of it. Perhaps Jesse Kozlowski's out there somewhere to help these guys out. He's obviously struggling. Drop. Like, I mean, imagine we've got a canal, right? And we've got a lock at one end and a lock at the other end, and that's it.
Lock? What kind of lock?
Have you seen a lock system for the canals?
Okay.
It's not like a river, it's just a canal, and you have a locked door at each end. So there's no visions of gifts and locks and canal posting when I'm hearing this now, right? Transference of water from, to flow, let's say.
Yeah, gotcha.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, you've got A and B, one at each end. Call A at one end and B at the other end. Are you saying that there is a drop from A to B as there is a drop from B to A?
Drop from A to B. No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
What I'm saying is...
Well, where's the horizontal?
At A, you're standing at A.
Yeah.
You take a horizontal at point A.
Yep.
B drops away from that horizontal.
Okay.
From that horizontal.
And then go to B.
Then you go to B, you draw a new horizontal, which is not the same one, it's a different horizontal. Right? From that other horizontal, A drops away.
Okay.
Right? And the two horizontals.
Is everybody with this? With the imagery of how this works, or has everybody sort of lost interest in it? Because we've been over it God knows how many times. Like literally thousands of times.
Along with those.
And he's still doing it though, right?
Yep.
And double drop.
Auto fiction.
He's explaining the double drop though, right? The drop from both ends.
Maybe it is some kind of relevance for him.
Yeah.
Something new. We heard this like 1,000 times, but maybe for him this is a eureka point.
He's saying it's measurable.
By the way, you're not allowed to let me sing.
He's saying it's measurable vertically. I mean, surely somebody should have given the memo. Let him know. The council should have tapped him on the shoulder and said, are you know. Jesse Kozlowski had to do a Jesse Kozlowski because he said that.
But wouldn't the ship be scraping the bottom when it got to the middle of that canal? Because the water level would be so much lower there than it is on the two ends.
I don't know. It's an infinite double
I don't
drop.
know either. I don't know.
Crossed somewhere in the
Terrible.
middle.
Okay, what do you imagine that there's any way that you could orientate that line from A to B and make that horizontal?
Orientate what?
The line
If you
AB.
drew a direct line from A to B and you try to make that, and that would not be horizontal, no.
Is there any way that you can imagine that you could draw a line from A to B that could possibly be considered as horizontal?
The only way is if the Earth was flat.
You like that? The only way you can make a line from A to B be orientated horizontally, according to this man, is if the Earth's flat. And that's because horizontal is a straight line. And he's just depicted a straight line from A to B. There's only one possible way that can happen in this guy's mind. You can't even imagine it in reality. How bad's that? How bad is it that he can't even imagine it in reality around the framework of his model? He can only imagine a straight horizontal on a ridiculous model that can't possibly exist. And this guy's not a flat earther as far as I know. How would you put yourself in that position? Anyone? I think it's, you know. Possibly be considered as horizontal.
The only way is if the Earth was flat.
Mm-hmm. So, okay, so we are back to that idea that in order for you to conceptualize a horizontal as being straight, then you are assuming that it's not a globe. There you go. That's exactly where we started it off at. Flat Earth math. You can't have a horizontal. Assuming a horizontal is a straight line, then you're assuming it's not a globe. And he sort of confirmed that, but said the only way he can imagine a flat, a straight horizontal, is on a flat Earth. It's bad, isn't it? Poor people obsessed about Earth, trying to falsify or getting upset about a geometric orientation in reality, not being able to be a straight line that it is because of some sort of stupid conception about a model that you're taking around with you. Really interesting times that we're in. And this is only the beginning of the year. Where's everyone going to go from this once everybody knows about this sort of stuff?
No, I understand that the horizontal is not a straight. I understand. Sorry, you got me. I understand that a horizontal is a straight line. It's just at every point the horizontal is different.
Do you want to hear that again?
I understand. Sorry, you got me. I understand that a horizontal is a straight line. It's just at every point the horizontal is different to the previous one.
There you go. He understands
has
horizontal
no
is a straight
idea.
line. It's just
There's
every
no
point's
idea what a
different.
straight line is.
Surely he doesn't mean that, though, right?
Sounds like he does.
Well, So how would that be? If you really mean it, then he couldn't have possibly built anything in his life. Like even like normal people build things. I always say this. Like I built one of the houses that I owned when I was a younger man. I built a deck out the back, and we had an above ground swimming pool, 24 foot, and I built the deck halfway around the pool. So I mean, right? So I built something. It was level, absolutely level, and I didn't have to worry about whether or not one point that I started at the house was going to be different than another point 30 feet from the house. But if in my mind, if I really thought that there might be a difference, so if he did ever build anything, he would have to say, well, it really doesn't matter, right? But it does matter. It's I don't know what you'd call that, Bev. Is that just a contradiction? It's like I'm actively building something, and I
It's an
know that this
oxymoron.
right.
To me.
I know this to be a truth to myself that the points are going to be different, but it doesn't really matter. But it does matter, but it doesn't matter. Right?
Well,
it's weird.
The very definition of a straight line is the points that lie evenly. And that goes because I think on the plane, when you define the straight line, you also define a plane eventually. And all of the points within the plane will produce a straight line. So I think all of the points lying evenly goes to show that later on within the plane, all of the points are lying within the plane, right? That's the evenly part. Well, he literally says, just listen to his words again, right?
I understand that a horizontal is a straight line. It's just at every point, the horizontal is different to the previous one.
Yeah. So he says it's a straight line, but every point is different than the previous one. So it's not lying evenly. It's different.
How can he possibly believe that?
Yeah. I mean, well, like, in order for you to accept the not that, right, I think it's absolutely necessary that you do not know the that. Because if you know the that, and like truly know it, then how can you imagine the not that? So it's a requirement for you to not understand that a straight line is all of the points lying evenly within between its two extreme points.
He simply contradicted himself because he said that the same line, he was talking about one horizontal line, same line and different. It cannot be. Same line, this line cannot be the other line. Simple.
Yeah, all of the points being different. I mean, sort of a bit of a give the game away, right?
He's talking about curving horizontal because this is the only way that this line can be the same.
The multiple ways of saying something without saying something, because if you were to say it, it'd sound fucking ridiculous.
Yes. So he
yeah, but
avoided that.
he's I get what you're saying, Paper, but he specifically said, right, that he knows horizontal is a straight line.
Yes, so he said that this is straight line, but at one point, but at another point is different. So it means that this is not straight line.
No,
because
so you that's interesting. I like where you're going, Paper. Does that mean in his mind he sees a straight line that's curved?
Yes.
You think? Yeah.
Maybe or whatever.
That's exactly
You
what I
never
heard
know.
him say.
Yeah, what you heard him say was that, not that. It's going to become familiar, because I'm pretty sure it's the mind that has been allowed to do this. State that, immediately contradict yourself with the not that. You don't have to justify it. You can't justify it. It doesn't mean anything.
Yes, because straight line at any point is the same straight line. So saying that at a different point it would be different, it is contradiction.
Yes, it's always the same straight line. Whether you separate it by points anywhere, it doesn't make any difference. If it's on the same straight line, then if you put a point C in the middle, right, and you add ABC or ACB, it's still the same straight line. Although we have had them say that point AB on each end of a line they have the ability to separate the line AB from the line BA. They can separate it into two separate lines with different slopes, opposite slopes. Very clever, this. I think we are dealing mainly with the matters of the mind now within this straight line conception stuff. It gets scary.
And it will not be parallel to the previous one.
You are actually saying that it's a curved line, aren't you? Like, I mean, did you hear that? I'll let it play out.
I understand that a horizontal is a straight line. It's just at every point, the horizontal is different to the previous one, and it will not be parallel to the previous one.
All of the points won't be parallel to the previous points along that straight line where all the points are different.
But all points means on this line.
Yeah.
So it means that this is curved line. Because if at any different point you have different horizontal, it means that this horizontal creates a curve. There is no way around. This is only one implication from what he is saying.
I bet he'd say he didn't say that, but
Paper's right then. He's just basically said bendizontal.
I think so.
Yeah. Wow.
It's a big step to actually say it though, right? So, I mean, we'd have to be careful about trying to imagine that he's saying something that he hasn't actually said, but he's sort of implying it.
Yes, and this implication is inevitable. So this is a right thing that we imply that he said that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Because this is logical consequence from what he's saying.
Yeah, he's just scared to say it, right? Because it sounds ridiculous. He's literally got one guy telling you that you can't assume that horizontal's a straight line, but he's trying to justify it by saying it's different than a straight line, but he can't quite say what it is because it sounds ridiculous to say that horizontal isn't a straight line.
I would agree that a curved line is different from straight line. Yes.
Yeah. You are actually saying that it's a curved line, aren't you? Like, I mean, I know it's hard to say.
No, I'm not. I'm not saying it's a curved line. It's a straight line.
See? Paper, you've got to be careful with them.
It doesn't matter what he's saying. Implication remains the same.
That's what I said to him, right? You're trying to say that it's a curved line without saying it's a curved line because it's a hard step to say that it's a curved line, but it's okay, we're with you. We understand. It's hard to say this sort of stuff. It's a series of points, right? It can't actually be a straight line because you've just said. Because if you move away from that point, you can't make a horizontal, vertical perpendicular. Can you?
Right.
Okay, so the geometric reasoning of a horizontal being just a point is conceptually within your model. I'm not sure many people are
horizontal
aware
is not
of this.
just a point; it's a line.
Okay.
Right. You're streaming something, right?
He's struggling with the conception of a straight line and how to deal with it, right? There's something serious within the understanding, the fundamentals of this straight line. And I'm glad that we went through the geometry. I'm glad that we were given the geometry lesson to be able to go through the first principles of geometry, to understand what the straight line is and how it works and it approaches the plane, and how the plane is the extension of the straight line, and how you do all of the geometry within the plane, at least for the first 11 books, or the first 10 books. The 11th book is the one where you go into solid geometry, the extension into the third. He's definitely struggling. Definitely. I was, yeah.
There is like this image.
Yeah.
Engineering. Oh, can't get it to move. There we go. Engineering, survey, and estimating. Right on that diagram, you see the line that goes across at the top of the T.
Yeah, it's not the one that isn't horizontal either. Yeah, we haven't got the picture for you, but it's the one that's within his video where there's a big lump.
Stick it horizontal.
Yeah, it does have a horizontal with a straight line on it. Yeah.
That is a horizontal at that point.
It's labelled horizontal, but I mean, it's got a slope on it.
Yeah.
Horizontal line, it says.
Yeah, I know it's labelled that,
it.
but I mean, what's that mean?
It means it's horizontal at that point.
No, it's a little drawing, right, that Flat Earth Math had probably got from McToon's. A little tiny drawing with a horizontal and a vertical on it, but the horizontal's got a slope on it and the vertical's got a tilt on it. And he's sort of saying that because it's somebody's labelled a drawing with a line on it that isn't horizontal, they've labelled it horizontal, then that's as much as he needs. He's happy with that.
That's a Brenda thing, isn't it? It's that thing because I said it's that thing, even though it's not that thing.
Mm. Yeah, it's labelled that way, so that's what it is. As long as you make it look like a tangent to these guys, it can become a horizontal.
Yeah, we can make it anything we want. We can have whatever definition we want.
Yeah, as long as you label it horizontal, then it'll fit the purpose of being horizontal. I think it's quite good and quite clever, whoever they've done this to, because the guy quite clearly doesn't have an understanding of definitions, but he's quite fine with the picture of somebody just labeling anything on a picture. He takes that on, but not the definitions of anything. Strange.
On the surface.
You look at a picture and think it's true.
Can
I just draw a few lines and label them on a piece of paper, and you would then go around going, well, it says that.
This is I'm using the diagram to explain what I mean.
Yeah, but you don't know why we were going over it, because we were going over how Flat Earth Math, who's the guy that put the thing up, was letting us know that if you assume a horizontal is a straight line, then you are actively going against the globe. That's what he's done. We haven't quite got there yet.
Well,
we keep getting into it.
Yeah. But that's not relevant. I just want.
It's not relevant. But the fact that he's got a picture that's got a horizontal being a straight line in it from the video that Flat Earth Math gave us, and said that if you assume horizontal's a straight line, then you're assuming it's not a globe. It's not relevant now, apparently. But that's the whole conversation that I'm having with this guy. It's because of the thing with Flat Earth Math, and the horizontal being a straight line implies that it's not a globe.
You should put this picture in frames over his bed to sleep better. So that would be a solution or problem.
Yeah, I don't really want to see that picture, really.
I wanted to use this
That's what
diagram because
we were
it
talking
shows
about.
a horizontal line.
It's not being
And then you move-
horizontal.
Huh?
It shows a sloped horizontal line. Is
It
it
is
gaining
horizontal at that
elevation?
point.
Yeah, is it gaining elevation away from that point?
Right. So imagine you're at the.
Is it gaining elevation? Is the
I'm getting
horizontal
there.
line gaining elevation?
I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Imagine you are on that cross where the horizontal meets the vertical, right? Where
You ever seen this before as well? Did you get that? We're doing geometry. Got a little picture. And what did he say?
Imagine that you are on the cross.
Yeah. He wants me to imagine that I'm on that bit where within the geometry. Surely you've heard this before. This is a favourite of the Blue Marble Scientist. When talking about geometry, they want you to imagine yourself within the geometry. I think this comes from something to do with the surface and them imagining themselves on a surface. So they want to imagine everybody else as being part of the geometry too, where you don't seem to be able to separate it. It's very familiar.
the middle of the T is, right? Where the two lines meet.
Did you just
There.
say for me to imagine I was on a cross?
On the cross where the two lines cross. No, not for you to be on the cross. That's not what I said. That if you are at that point where the two lines cross, right?
What sort of geometry is this? If
But
you
I'm
were
looking
at
still at
that
this
point,
diagram.
I don't think this isn't the way anybody talks about this sort of stuff, is it?
I'm talking about this map or this diagram you've got.
But how often do you put yourself or other people on pictures and tell them to be at a point or a cross or what? I don't know.
How often do I put? I imagine different reference points. Yeah.
I think it's because you can
All
do
the
all
time.
sorts of shit on the picture, Bev.
Yeah, well, I can't imagine
Like, it's
myself
not
on
like
that
reality.
picture. I can't do
No.
it. There you go.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if anybody. I mean, we do have a bit of a skewed audience in the Discord here, but can anybody in the Discord actually put themselves on a picture of a circle with a straight line coming off of it and another line intersecting it, and put yourself at that? Can anybody actually do that in their mind? Because I can't. I can
No.
only picture myself in reality, like in my yard, in a field, on a mountain, on a ski slope. I mean, right? You know what I'm saying?
I have explanation why it is impossible. Because this picture is 2D and we see in 3D. So you cannot see in perspective what you can see on picture in orthographic view. Because it's impossible to translate that.
But doesn't this guy seems to think you can, and I've heard many other people say the same kinds of things.
Yeah, that's what I'd say, right? It's not the first time I've ever heard this. There's a lot of people that want to put you within the picture or want you to imagine yourself within the picture or within the geometry, right? And I think that's one of the secrets of knowing how other people deal with these issues. Although I'm not aware of how they do it, but they must be able to place themselves within a geometry on a thing, within a picture. Put yourself here. Like imagine that this is you here.
You're the little stick figure.
Well, there's not even a
or
stick
whatever,
figure there.
right?
You're the point of intersection, the nothing.
Right. Yeah. But you'd have to be at that point. Like you'd have to be like a stick figure on the point. You're there. There you are. I don't know how you do. I'm one. It's an honest question. It really is.
Yeah.
Because if somebody can do that, that's amazing.
It is impossible because this is a point, and you cannot imagine yourself as a point.
Definitely
it's
not.
impossible.
Yeah. Well, I'm with you, Paper.
Yeah. Well, I am
agree.
as well. But I mean, I'm fully aware that there may be some blue marble scientist geometer of extreme talents that can imagine himself. I mean, he might be going round teaching all of the blue marble scientists how to imagine themselves within the geometric framework that they're working within. Conceptually, I don't know. Sounds a bit woo-like, but I mean, the blue marble scientists can do anything nowadays, right? They've got this new science. All of the power of the blue marble science. Perhaps they can conceptualize themselves into a geometric framework and place themselves within it so deeply. I've not been to university for quite a while, so who knows? If there is any blue marble scientist geometers that are able to teach us how to geometrically place yourself within the geometric framework and conceptualize it and come back out again and tell a story, I'd be interested to attempt that. Not if it involves wearing silly clothes and doing too much woo thing. Chanting. I'm not doing chanting.
Right. Okay. Imagine somebody else. Let's say it's a
Imagine.
I can't even
drone
understand
that we're
why I'd be
using.
imagining to putting somebody else on a picture.
Not somebody else. Let's say it's a drone, right?
A drone.
It's a drone you're using.
It's a fucking
Remote control
picture that
drone.
you've seen on my TV screen because I'm going over a video that somebody else has gone over, and it's like a hand fucking drawing.
Mm-hmm.
A really bad hand-on drawing. Yeah, so take that for what it is. I can't imagine myself on the thing, so imagine somebody else there. It's ridiculous. Why would he imagine somebody else there? Okay,
Yes,
then. Imagine a
what
drone.
purpose? Why not the fly?
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Yeah, right.
Mosquito. It's smaller.
It's like it's the ant on the basketball, isn't it? But obviously that's, it's too obvious. So similar sort of thing. I don't know. And you're wanting us to imagine drones over it.
You have a. It's hard to talk to you sometimes, Bev. Okay, let me try a different approach then. How about this?
Do you like that? Just give up. Ha ha ha.
You're hard to talk to.
It's hard to
You're
talk to you sometimes,
You're,
man.
you're talking to a guy who might be able to put himself in an orthographic picture.
Yeah, I'm not accepting his request of me imagining myself or somebody else or a drone to be put on a really badly drawn picture that's meant to, I don't know. So that didn't work. Now he's going to try another one. Right? Let's try this, he says.
Okay, let me try a different approach then. How about this? The distance from that point where the two lines meet at the top to, if you go straight down the line, the vertical line, the one called vertical, to the surface of that the circle that it's drawn on. Right? That distance. Do you understand which one I mean?
Go on, carry on.
Yeah. Now, if you move along the horizontal line to the left, and you take the distance, you take a perpendicular at that new point, wherever you are,
Perpendicular.
and you go straight down, well, not straight down, but you go perpendicular to the horizontal
You
line
got some
until
Narnia.
you hit,
Huh?
Straight
until you
down,
reach,
but not straight down.
you go perpendicular to the horizontal line.
Yeah, perpendicular. Yeah,
Yeah,
vertical.
you go until
So you go perpendicular to the horizontal, and the horizontal isn't straight down. Perpendicular to horizontal isn't straight down because he's now put a circle underneath it, and that changes the orientation of down somehow. Circle changes down.
until you hit the surface of the until you hit that circle. That's
What
drawn,
circle?
or
The
not
guy
fully
that somebody's drawn on there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
nice.
not fully drawn
I
circle.
don't think you'll
Right,
hit the
that distance
circle.
is going to be. Is that this?
He said the not fully drawn circle. It's just a line, right? A curved line.
Distance is that line?
Drawings
that,
are real, Bev. They
Yeah.
come to life. If you've not seen
is
that
that
movie,
distance going to be
You go
longer
down into
or
circles.
shorter or the same as the original one?
Which distance? I mean,
Yeah, I thought I couldn't get it across like
Yeah.
that in words.
it's like Dig Dug. Like Dig Dug? Remember that?
No idea what that is.
It's a computer game.
who fra-
Does anybody else remember Dig Dug?
Yes, I love Dig.
Well done.
I do, Bev. I restored those arcade machines.
Yeah, there you go. Euclid Gravitar. He's the guy. I was checking how old he was, right? See whether he recognised Dig Dug. Because that went
If you don't know
straight
Dig Dug,
straight down,
you live
horizontals and
under a rock.
verticals.
Yep.
So you understood what I was meaning. He didn't seem to. Yeah, that's the fella.
Yeah, I got it.
That's why I was using that reference.
framed Roger Rabbit?
Yeah, I heard about that one.
Yeah, this is basically the same thing. Because you can draw a thing, you think it makes it reality.
It's in a nice
You can
picture
draw
on the thing.
representations of
Yeah,
reality.
you're getting
There's
the
nothing wrong
money's
with
worth
that.
out of it.
Well, are you trying to say you can't draw a representation of reality?
What, you
You
think
can draw
that is a
anything you like.
representation of reality?
Yeah.
Do you? That's good.
I didn't hear you talk over each other.
Never mind.
Say again.
You should have told him, yeah, we can do that. Have you checked out Gadget's drawings? They're phenomenal.
Yeah. But the thing he's got there, the one he's using, is it's a thumbnail on the top of the stream is still running, and it's just a little picture of this thing that Flat Earth Math used. That's got a drawing of a horizontal and a vertical that aren't horizontal or vertical, but labelled so.
Oh, I vaguely remember that. I don't think I ever played that.
Like that? Is that how you're talking about going down? So, what do you think about the? Because we were just going through it with Emma. It's only a 6-minute video, but it seems to take nearly all day. Everybody's stopping me from doing stuff. I'm meant to be making a Bust the Music thing. I got it finished. You did know that it is bad within the at least Flat Earth Math says it's bad for you to assume that horizontal's a straight line. It's not accepted. I don't know whether it's going to be tolerated anymore. especially people drawing pictures, drawing on thing, because that's what
This is
what he got upset
psychological
about.
problem. This is psychological problem because if the straight line cannot be because you are denying globe, then you have only curved line in option, and they are afraid to say that.
Yeah.
So not straight, but I cannot say that this is curved. So they are saying not that or different straight line or whatever. But this is funny, but in fact, this is sad because they have to sacrifice their intelligence and logic thinking. So strange position. I would never like to be in that position.
No, and I mean, who knows where it goes from here, right? I can't even imagine why somebody would want to even attempt to do this. Never mind the repercussions of that. I mean, it sounds like insanity to me. It sounds like you're attempting to make yourself insane. For what purpose, I don't know, and where it ends up, who knows? I wouldn't want to be part of it, though. I wouldn't want to think that I'm part of it. I mean, if you remember a bit ago, I was warning people that this isn't for people with a model. It's not. It's not inducive to. I don't know what you say, thought processes, but I mean, they're having anti-thought processes, aren't they? And like Flat Earth Math has had a thought process that made him make a video to say that if you assume horizontal is a straight line, then you're assuming it's not a globe. That's his thought process that he doesn't want to have happen anymore. So he's making videos to try and appease the gods of not that.
One thing I cannot understand with that kind of people is that they never say, okay, I will have to think over that. Give me time, maybe later, something wrong here, I cannot fully understand. Maybe my imagination is not good or whatever. Like suspension of judgment. No, they never do that. They defend their model to nearly to death, or intellectual death. They never give up. They never say that, okay, maybe later I have to think this again because I have problem here, so I have to think, etc. They never say
let
that.
me come back. That's an interesting thing. I'll come back and have a further discussion about that after I've thought
Yes.
about it for a little while.
Yeah, but they never say that.
No,
they defend to the utmost stupidity.
Well, that's sort of what I was checking, because this is, like I said, this is Parmesan. He's been, he came around. I can vaguely remember him, and remember the name from being around. But like 2 or 3 years away, and I'm checking to see what has progressed, and he's behind. He's 2 or 3 years behind still. It's like he's never even contemplated these sort of things before. Oh, it sounds like that anyway. I don't want to put, I don't want to say that he hasn't, because I'm not too sure. He might be able to disguise it very well. He might have already had this thing, come to the conclusions, decided he wants to be a sophist, and now he's attempting, I don't know, whatever this is, very badly. But yeah, I'm with you, Paper. I haven't got a clue what they're doing or why they're doing it even. There seems to be no motive other than the fact that the obvious one, But it seems to go against that too. It exposes it as being ridiculous. It exposes it as an absurdity. They're like making their own reducto ad absurdum within this. And they're making it that absurd that the absurdity is needed in order to... It's a proof through reducto ad absurdity.
Yes, and they are going with that, and I would say that model is more important at the moment.
It has to be, doesn't it? For you to say that saying it's a straight line is saying that it's not a globe, therefore you have to accept an absurdity of horizontal being a curved line in order to accept the model that we're going to tell you is a scientific... I don't know, it's just not going to work for me. I'm not. Sounds ridiculous, which it is, obviously. An absurdity. It's a brilliant story.
Seriously doubt that's what he got upset about.
Yeah, he did. I was doing a thing about showing people that a horizontal straight line and two perpendiculars being vertical. And he that's not,
Yeah, I gotta get out.
not allowed to do that.
Great.
Yeah, because the two perpendicular.
Oh, what was that, Rob? Sorry. Shite Mike. Is he gone?
Sorry. Bounced out really fast. I was just saying I gotta go, but I'll be back tomorrow.
Okay. Thanks, Rob. Rob Keane,
Okay.
everyone. Thank you.
Thanks, Bev.
Again, Bev, it's because you are saying that the surface of the Earth is flat, therefore
No, I didn't say that.
all of the
It's
perpendiculars.
like the way they do that. Or saying. I don't know whether anybody can ever get a clip of me saying it. Because I don't think I've ever said it. Unless it's because I've, been coaxed into saying it like this. But listen to that. That's dishonesty. To do that.
Yeah, because the two perpendicular. Again, Bev, it's because you are saying that the surface of the Earth is flat, therefore.
There you go. I've never said that. Why would I say that? It's not true.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah. And again, though, but what's with the slander and the smearing and the saying that I do say something? Where's he get that from in his delusional mind?
I would say that for him, this is implication. That if horizontal is straight line, then Earth has to be flat.
See,
For him, this is implication.
He came into it, though, right? He came into this discussion stating that horizontal is a straight line, and he knows horizontal is a straight line. And now, he's saying that I'm saying something. I think this is more of a mental thing for him, right? At this point, whenever they come up with that, they've lost all reasoning. They've got no way of going forwards within an argument. So what he does is just falls into that ad hom thing of just blatant lies. It normally causes triggering where people get offended, and the conversation they can sort of get away by saying, well, it got Bob whenever I called him a flat earther or whatever. They just make up some sort of a lie and then see how the reaction goes. Normal tactics. No, I didn't say that.
All of the perpendiculars will be vertical.
I said
that.
The Earth's definitely not flat, right? Don't think that I said that. You've just said that. I'm definitely not.
Are you another one of those obsessed people
Yeah.
that seem to everything relates to the shape of the Earth? Because it doesn't.
Yeah. We're talking about vertical and horizontal. But it seems like
Yeah,
there
because
is a
of the
group
curve.
of people that seem to say that you're not allowed to have horizontal to be a straight line. For some reason, I missed that then. Sorry, Emma. He is obsessed with the shape of the earth, and he's relating horizontal to the shape of the earth and coming to the conclusion that horizontal can't be a straight line when you relate it to the shape of the earth. Well, here's a quick one for you. Don't relate it to the shape of the earth. It's got fuck all to do with the shape of the earth. Horizontal's a straight line. The shape of the earth isn't a straight line, so why relate it to a straight line? Sorry, I did miss that one. Reason.
That's not what they say.
It is.
I've never heard that.
Literally, that's what he says.
Guys,
No.
I'd like to see you guys
I'm
build a
betting
house.
that it's
That would
not
be
what he
fun.
says. Yeah, never mind.
Did you hear that? After just saying, I'll go back. Right, after
It was
just
like-
saying, go on, sorry, go on, Paper.
It was just, for me at least, like mumbling. I didn't catch what he said.
Yeah,
So-
well, we'll go over it now, right? So he says about the straight line and the horizontal here, I think. And he that's not on.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to do that.
Yeah, because the two perpendicular. Again, Bev, it's because you are saying that the surface of the Earth is flat, therefore
No, I didn't say that.
all of the perpendiculars will be
No
vertical.
one
I said
said
it-
that.
Right, so he's related the straight line horizontal and the two perpendiculars to being flat Earth, right? Which we've denied that. The
They're
Earth's
on.
definitely not flat, right? Don't think that I'm said that. You've just said that. I'm
Are you
definitely
another
not.
one of those? Are you another one of those obsessed people
Yeah.
that seem to everything relates to the shape of the Earth? Because it doesn't.
Yeah. We're talking about vertical and horizontal. But it seems like
Yeah,
there
because
is a
of the
group
curve.
of people that seem to say that you're not allowed to have horizontal to be a straight line for some reason.
That's not what they say.
It is.
never
I'd like-
heard.
It's not what they say. God, so, it was Emma. Emma's trying to talk to him, but I think we all overtalk Emma here.
I'd
like
Literally,
to
that's
see
what he
you
says.
guys-
No.
I'd like to see you guys
I'm
build a
betting
house.
that it's
That would
not
be
what he
fun.
says.
So he says, overtalking Emma, he says he's betting that's not what he says. And I said that he said that if you assume horizontal's a straight line, then you're going against the globe, which is what he said. And he said, I'm betting that's not what he said. And then right after saying it,
Yeah,
Yeah.
never mind.
I would, yeah, never mind. Backing down from the bet. Because it would be very easy to show you where flat earth math said about the horizontal, assuming a horizontal is a straight line. Definitely. Yeah, well, I wouldn't bet with you anyway. It would be unfair because you're not up to date with the current situation about it. Wasn't that noble of me? I'm not going to bet with him because he doesn't know anything about what he's talking about. He's just making shit up like the blue marble scientists do.
Yes, that would be unfair.
But that is what. Yep. And then the massive silence because he did the bet thing and then backed down from it. And he says, if we can ever get there. It is, I think, it's one of the best stories I think I could ever have. I was doing a show about vertical and horizontal and perpendiculars to a plane being parallel. And he heard that on his way home and then made a video. 12 hours later, it was out, done, dusted, scripted. processed, edited. Bam, get it out there. Before I got a chance to go over it live on the night show, and he came over. It was a complete straw man. He made it all up.
I struggle to believe that he made it all up.
Yeah,
Because
he put a therefore at the end that was never made by anybody but him. And then he's left himself in the position where he's made a straw man.
Doesn't mean it's a straw man.
And then he has to defend it.
He misled from the very.
Doesn't mean it's a straw man.
This is funny because Flat Earth Math himself said, "Yeah, I'm really sorry. What did he say? I got some things
wrong,
or something like that." And then he said, "And I didn't mean for it to be a straw man." He admitted that it was a straw man. He knew it was a straw man because you hadn't said anything like that.
No, like he made up the entire thing, didn't he?
Yeah, of course he did.
Yeah, Flat Earth Math will tell you that he came to a conclusion that the Earth couldn't be a globe himself. And he added that entire line in. He's since changed the argument, but I mean, yeah, that's definitely what's going on here. And he's not willing to believe it, or this guy's coming in as a defense for Flat Earth Math. I don't know. It's hard to tell. I know what Flat Earth Math did, and I know that this conversation that I'm having with this guy is purely come around the topic and everything because of what that Flat Earth Math video was. So I thank him for it. I think it's brilliant. Keep saying, like, you know, the circumstances around math make it a little bit better, but everybody can use this as a talking point to be able to enter a conversation. It's good.
Very first couple of sentences into the video.
Yeah. And then he showed a mathematical trick that bears no relevance to anything.
Yeah.
And then he just continues it like that, right? Telling you he's willing to lie and try and trick you.
Your perpendiculars to a horizontal line and your verticals are not the same lines. They're different lines.
Well, horizontal and vertical are you hear that? Yeah, I like that one. I've got to clip these ready for going in the song, Buster.
Your perpendiculars to a horizontal line and your verticals are not the same lines. They're different lines.
Well, horizontal and vertical, like that. Perpendiculars to a horizontal and verticals, they're not the same. They're different.
Yeah, of course, at each point. Different at each point. So,
yeah.
Not nonsense.
Listen to it again.
Your perpendiculars to a horizontal line and your verticals are not the same lines. They're different lines.
They're different. Perpendiculars to a horizontal and vertical aren't the same thing. Even though perpendicular to horizontal is vertical and that's how they're defined, he can somehow separate that definition and make them different. Common tactics, again, used to just confuse. It bears no relevance to anything, but people can say these things. Whether you get a chance to actually pick them up as them saying what they're saying. I've listened to it again, I think. This is good.
Your perpendiculars to a horizontal line and your verticals are not the same lines. They're different lines.
What? They're different. He nearly said completely different, but they are pretty much the same. In fact, they are the same. So perhaps too much of a lie for him. That horizontal and vertical are perpendicular, though, aren't they?
Only one of the vertical lines is perpendicular to
No,
the horizontal.
all of the vertical
No.
lines are perpendicular
No,
to horizontal.
and that's where people disagree with you.
Right. It's where people disagree with me when I say all of the verticals are perpendicular to horizontal and all of the horizontals are perpendicular to vertical. And people disagree with me, apparently.
It doesn't matter, Bev, because reality agrees with you.
I don't know who. I've only recently come across this, that vertical and horizontal are perpendicular is sort of offensive. Like, people have been telling me that they disagree with that, but I'm not aware of who these people are, because to disagree with such a simple statement seems... it's a bit too much, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit. And I'm sure they just probably say that to, like, make their position seem stronger or something. Like there's more people behind them agreeing with that.
Yeah, but it's worthwhile to note, right, that you can ask people to see if anybody that you know disagrees with vertical being perpendicular to horizontal. Like everywhere, wherever you are, vertical will be perpendicular to horizontal.
No argument here.
Yeah, yeah. But he says that people have been disagreeing with me. Now, I've never heard that, but this guy says loads of people do say that to me, but I don't know whether they're all going back to this guy and telling him that they've told me that, but as far as I'm concerned, I don't think so. Listen.
Your perpendiculars to a horizontal line and your verticals are not the same lines. They're different lines.
Well, horizontal and vertical are perpendicular, though, aren't they?
Only one of the vertical lines is perpendicular to.
No, all of the vertical lines are perpendicular to horizontal.
and that's where people disagree with you.
Wait, really? Where people disagree with me? I'm not too sure.
Yep. Because not all of them. And that's where I disagree with you as well.
I'd say all of the verticals are perpendicular to horizontal.
No.
Do you reckon to that?
Well, he said no, so it has to be no. Simple.
You didn't ask him which people specifically disagree with you, did you?
It's a bit hard to, like, because this guy doesn't even know who flat earth math is, or at least that's what he said when he came in it. There's a code. I don't know whether you've ever seen it yet. The code where they don't bring anybody else into it. Mm-hmm. Never really make themselves known. I mean, the guy's called Parmesan. Unless it's like an Einstein sort of thing. Maybe in a few years, they might be all hailing the geometric blue marble science god, Parmesan. It may be known as being equated with geometric brilliance. Who knows? Oh. All of the horizontals are perpendicular to vertical. I'd say, anyway. I'd say that you haven't even got a Black Swan to offer up. I like that. I like that. All of the horizontals are perpendicular to vertical, and all of the verticals are perpendicular to horizontal. Wherever you are, it doesn't matter. He says not. And I say, you haven't even got a Black Swan to offer up. Have you?
No.
So you're just saying no, not that, but you've got nothing to offer up.
Well, I'm answering your question.
Mm-hmm.
What I can offer is a simple diagram that will explain it to you, but you obviously don't even want to consider a diagram.
Well, you seem to be saying that vertical and horizontal aren't perpendicular. at the same time as
Only
saying they
one of
are
them will be
perpendicular.
perpendicular.
Oh, what do you mean only one?
Only one vertical line will be perpendicular to one horizontal line. If you keep the same horizontal line, every other vertical you take on the surface of the Earth will not be perpendicular to it.
Do you reckon they have a, you know, like they had the standards of weights and measures and all of that sort of stuff, and they keep these things vaulted, like with the meter and all of that sort of stuff. Do you reckon they've got the one perpendicular, vertical and horizontal, stashed away somewhere? Where do you reckon it is?
That's a good one, Bev. I like that.
Well, he does say one. There's only one.
Yeah.
But so it's like special. And where is it?
The original one. Yeah, the original one.
He said that it has to be on the surface of the Earth. So this vertical, because he said that this other line is on the surface of the Earth, vertical. It would be not parallel. So he's referring to Earth.
Oh, right. He's referring to the monad, the big one, the big guy. But we are talking about horizontal and vertical. I don't know why they keep doing this. Right, I'm pretty sure that's not within any definitions that anybody's ever heard, ever.
I'm pretty sure that's very mainstream. Everybody will understand it in the same way as I do.
So what you're saying is you cannot have a line AB that is horizontal.
Are you back to that channel of 2 points A and B?
What channel?
The channel you talked about before. You said imagine a channel with gates at either end.
No, I just said imagine a line AB. Can you orientate that line AB horizontally?
Horizontally to where you're standing right now. Yes, you can. Okay. You have to move the line around. Yes.
Okay. Right, here we go. Can you imagine a horizontal plane?
Yes.
Can you make that horizontal plane a square?
It's a plane,
not
a square.
Well, I know, but can you make it a square? Can you make that plane that you're imagining as a horizontal plane into a square? And then we can call it a horizontal square.
Fair enough. Okay.
Okay. Now we've got a horizontal square. Can you orientate? You obviously can orientate the square horizontally. Can you? This is shout out Mike Jones for this one. The concept of this particular orientation thought process is well, it will become apparent. I quite like this one. You move it upwards and orientate that square vertically.
Okay.
Now, one of those the bottoms of the square that's orientated vertically will be called horizontal, right? Because it's on the horizontal plane. What about the one that's parallel to it up top?
Also horizontal.
Okay. What about the perpendicular to the left?
That's not vertical.
What about the perpendicular to the right?
That's perpendicular.
Okay, just perpendicular to horizontal, but not vertical.
No, because you've moved. No, not vertical.
You like that?
Yes, only in the middle, middle of the square, it would be perpendicular and vertical. Yes, this is good method.
Yeah.
To let's say to reach aporia.
Yeah, there's only one group of people that will face aporia like this, and guaranteed, they cannot have both of those two sides of that square being vertical, perpendicular to horizontal. I quite like that one. So
And
you can't have a
that's where you
square.
disagree.
I'm not saying we disagree. I'm just saying you can't orientate a square with vertical and horizontals. You can't. It's not possible.
You can if the only one way to do it, by not moving it left or right or forward or backwards. By just you take the horizontal square that you imagined, you make a copy of it and turn it 90 degrees at exactly the same point where you're standing.
Make it a cube.
Make it a cube. And
Yeah.
what then?
Well, now you've got 4 verticals or 4 perpendiculars to the original square that you've orientated horizontally.
Perpendiculars, not verticals. No, they're not verticals. The edges.
You like that? Well, let's make it a cube then. It still can't be vertical. I mean, have you ever heard of anything so ridiculous? When you bring it down to, thanks math, thanks Flat Earth Math for letting us see this. The fact that assuming because he's all right there, isn't he? I think where his problem is that he's orientated the square horizontally and he can't give that up. So in order for him to have the perpendiculars, then he's struggling with the verticals. But like Flat Earth Math said, he's assuming that the horizontals are straight, and that's what's causing him problems. He can't give it up, though. He seems to be in an internal conflict that's going on. Flat Earth Math's asking him to give up straight horizontals, and he can't. It's like it might be a sort of a self-evident truth type thing situation. I don't know. Cause you madness, I expect.
Of the cube that are on the 4 edges that you're talking about are not going to be verticals for you, no.
Why not?
The only verticals is
they
going to be
are
the one that goes
perpendicular
through
to
the
the
middle.
horizontal plane, though.
Yes, but they're not vertical.
But horizontal and vertical are perpendicular.
No.
Yes, they
not
are.
all of them.
They are. You like that? Ever heard anybody say that before?
Yes, he said that. No, not perpendicular.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bev, he wants to know which horizontal you're talking about.
Yeah. Horizontal and vertical are perpendicular. Have you ever heard anybody have that response to that statement?
Nope. Only a small group on the internet.
This is a first for me. Right? You can have them sort of flirting around with silly ideas about curving lines that aren't curving. And Bob the Science Guy even stated bendizontal, right? There's so many people have said that, but this is a first. This is a memorable moment for me. I've not even got this far in the clip in the video.
I would say that he said that because he's not such good sophist as others. So that's why. If he were better sophist, he wouldn't say that.
Well, yeah, but still, skill of the... I'm going to take credit for that. I've never heard anybody say that. And I was in the conversation where the guy did actually say it, so...
Yes, but they're not vertical.
But horizontal and vertical are perpendicular.
No.
Yeah. No. And then that little laugh. Horizontal and vertical are perpendicular.
No.
Yeah. No. That's the aporia. What the fuck did I just say that for? Like, how did I just say that? Huh. surprise myself. I think that's what that little laugh afterwards is. Something that needs to be undone. Yes, they
Not
are.
all of them. Not
They
all
are,
of
though.
them.
Which ones aren't?
You keep going around in circles, Bev.
I'm not going. I'm just trying to find out with you. Where's the black swan of the horizontal and vertical? Is that we found it there? We cannot have a cube that's
there's no
perpendicular
need
because
for a black
horizontal
swan.
and vertical. Yeah, there's no need for a black swan. You can literally just say that horizontal and vertical aren't perpendicular, but never need to show anybody anything about it. Just say it.
Yes, so no white swans. There are no white swans because every vertical and every horizontal is different. Not white.
Yeah. There's no need for the black swan. Don't need it. Of course there is. If you're claiming that not all verticals are perpendicular to horizontal, you should need to be able to show it, because I don't know. I've never seen one.
Yeah, but you don't want to. What do you mean show it? How can you take a picture? Take a picture of a horizontal, Bev, for me. Take a picture of a
There's
vertical.
tools that establish horizontal planes.
Ah, exactly. Tools, but you establish a horizontal, but take a picture of the horizontal you've established.
No. The claim is yours that not all
No, you're
verticals.
the one that's asking for a picture. You're the one that's asking for a black swan.
Where's the vertical that's perpendicular to the horizontal? That
Where
when you
is
have
it?
a tool.
Yeah, show it to me on a picture.
What? Have you seen a water level?
Yeah, but that's not a horizontal line.
Yeah, of course it is. A and
No.
B.
Where? You don't. Yeah, you see a gate at this end. You see a gate at that end. There's no. Where's the line? I can't see a line going through the air to infinity.
Have you ever heard these sort of arguments too as well? I mean, classic case of he's never seen the line now, so that's meant to be some sort of an argument to the contrary of where's your black swan vertical that isn't perpendicular to horizontal. Like now all of a sudden his inability to be able to see airlines that he's imagining.
Right. His imagination is no longer, valid. He can't see a straight line.
Yeah. So that falsifies the fact of them needing a black swan, or I don't know, diversionary tactics. Surely people have seen these sort of things.
But I bet that he can easily imagine curved line. Not straight, but curved, yes, of course.
See, that's
the
the
line's
ridiculousness of your request.
The shortest distance.
I'm just trying to make a point of how
points.
ridiculous your request is to give you a black swan.
Yeah,
what I'm trying to say,
just show me
I could
where a
demonstrate-
vertical isn't perpendicular to horizontal. Just show me where. Tell me so I can go and measure it myself. Because obviously you can't show me a picture of it, and you haven't got that. So show me where I can go, where I can see vertical and horizontal not being perpendicular.
Would you accept a diagram?
So you can draw a picture.
Would
I
you
can
accept
draw a
the
diagram.
please?
Yeah, it's good, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great.
It's like, okay, yeah, sure. I love diagrams, mate. I love it. They last forever. You can draw a diagram of where a vertical and a horizontal aren't perpendicular.
Yes.
Okay. I bet it's going to be like Page's proof, isn't it? Do you want to know what it is? It's Page's proof. Called it. Paige, if you're listening, I called it like as soon as I mentioned it. You're going to draw us a diagram, are you? But it's Page's proof, isn't it? Go on. I'd love to. Takes him a while to do the drawing. I'll go and put the kettle on. I wait in anticipation.
It's not going to be a very good diagram, but I'll try.
At least they're doing diagrams and stuff to keep this sort of stuff going, right? It's a bit. Where's
What's
he
the
been
alternative,
anyway?
right? They have to, don't they? What's the alternative?
Just decided not to. It's been busy with things.
Wasn't a reprogramming thing or anything like that, was it? There has been speculation of like a reprogramming center that you guys go to when you go away for a bit.
No, just been busy with home stuff and work stuff and stuff like that. Right.
So you do this more as a hobby?
Yeah.
Yeah. And like, what is this that you're doing? You rebutting geometric?
I don't know. You know what, Bev? I sometimes ask myself the same question. I'm like, what am I doing here?
See, Kev, I'm getting it. I get there, right? We're trying to move into the next step, right?
Mm-hmm.
What are we doing here?
What are we doing here?
He doesn't
I
know.
asked myself that same question.
I know what I'm doing here. Logos is put me here
right?
to do exactly what I'm doing, right? I'm completely 100% certain that I know what I'm doing. But when asking this guy who's been away for a while and come back, and he's behind the times, to be honest, within the argument and within this like the imagined flat Earth that's crumbling, right? It's had its time, it's gone, and I don't know what these people are doing, coming back and trying to have a conversation about, and they're still bringing this Earth-shaped thing. It's irrelevant now. We've gone completely past it.
Yeah. Think about it's profound what that guy just said. Sometimes I don't know what I'm doing here. Right?
Yeah.
What kind of mental state has this false dichotomy done to people where they're sitting on the internet for hours, sometimes days? I mean, Wally, right?
Oh, well, I would admit that it is fascinating once you get into this structure, trying to work out what's going on. You can find yourself, but you can also lose yourself within it.
You definitely can. But for somebody to then say, well, I don't know what I'm doing here either, instead of just going away and saying, yeah, you know what? I have my own beliefs. It's my own faith. I have faith that the earth is a globe. I'm good with that. I'll move on and have, let's see, what's the term? Ataraxia? Is that the term, or is it epohe? The one that's
epohe gets you to ataraxia.
Ataraxia.
So
it's ataraxia.
State. Yeah.
That's where you want to be. It's like whatever gets you there. Like just peace of mind. I'm good. I'm fine. I don't need to be in the tiny little corner of an internet wasting away hours asking myself what the hell I'm doing here. What's your purpose, dude? It's ridiculous.
Well, I enjoy the conversation with people like
you
this.
do.
I do.
He didn't seem to. He didn't seem to be enjoying it. He sounded exasperated.
Well, I'm hoping we can still get into the conversations, because that sort of part of it, that maybe all of the other stuff and the talk about whatever, it was worth it for that moment, right? To have that sort of a thing. That's a different sort of conversation that we just had then.
I feel bad for him. That's all I'm saying. I feel bad. How anybody gets to that point where they actually say, I don't know what I'm doing here.
Sometimes I don't know what I'm doing here.
Yeah, sometimes I ask myself that same question.
But this time he might know exactly what he's doing.
Maybe he does.
Right? Yeah, maybe he has a purpose.
Yeah, could very well be.
Why am I even here? I should be just playing some Dota instead or something.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I bet there's a lot of people that say that, you know.
Yeah, probably.
Said it's dangerous if you've got a model.
Why is it dangerous?
This geometric understanding, right? Because it goes to the heart of logic. That's why we were going over that video, not only because what Flat Earth Math was saying was a bit silly, but what it shows is the capability of his mind, or the confusion within his mind, or what he wants to pass off as his confusion. He wants to try and pretend he's teaching. Can you imagine why anybody would want to pretend to be a teacher? I can't.
I think he's not trying to pretend. Well, it doesn't sound to me. I don't know him, so I'm not going to make any judgments. But I wouldn't jump to. It sounds to me like you're jumping to conclusions.
Yeah. Well, he's called. He doesn't know him. He claims that he doesn't know who he is, and he claims all of this sort of stuff, but he's not watched the video when he's willing to defend him being a teacher, or just because I say something. I mean, once again, it is my own opinion, right? No, I'm not saying that anybody has to follow what I think about any of this, or whatever I think means anything at all. Everybody can free to do their own thinking about this sort of thing. But I will say it. I think it's very strange that this man calls himself Flat Earth Math on the internet publicly and claims to be a teacher, and then goes around saying such ridiculous things like you're assuming horizontal's a straight line. Never heard anybody say that before. These are two new things, the ones that I've heard, all in succession because of this guy that said, well, I think he came to the conclusion that the Earth cannot be a globe, and made videos, and now horizontals can't be assumed to be straight lines, and vertical and horizontal aren't perpendicular. F8 Flat Earth Math, right? And none of the mathematical stuff he does has any logical form to it at all. It's really weird.
Are you really good at maths?
Pardon?
Are you good at maths?
I'd say I have a mathematical brain.
That's good.
I wouldn't say very, very good at it.
I'm quite good because I'm just lucky.
Have you ever taken on the vertical and horizontal perpendicular conundrum?
I don't think it really needs.
I wouldn't. It'll do people's nuts in. It's a dangerous thing to take on, especially if you're trying to combine it with a model. You like that? That was my my attempt at how to entice an intellectual into the vertical horizontal conversation, because this conversation, vertical horizontal perpendicular, is a good conversation geometrically to have, because it does show a lot of proofs and within reality of the geometric principles and the link between geometry and reality. But it also brings up a trigger within the model that brings out extra logical discussions based around the geometric principles. It's again another one. Just try it. These are ways for you to engage in conversation. I don't know whether it worked with him or not.
Okay, let's try this one.
Completely missed it. But he was doing his picture. try and get this picture up for you.
Okay, live chat.
Look.
I haven't posted it yet
Oh.
on them.
Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon.
Good day, Kevin. Wow.
There you go.
Yeah, his page is proof, isn't it?
That is the best diagram ever, and it must therefore be real. Because it's a
I
diagram,
know
of
it's
course.
rubbish, but that's my understanding. There you go. You got two vertical lines, one at point A, one at point B. They're not parallel, and one of them is perpendicular to the horizontal line at point A. The other isn't.
It's not it's not a vertical though, is it?
Yes, it is.
Oh. But because
It's where it points straight up at that point. Point
that's
B.
not pointing straight up, that's at an angle.
It's pointing if you're standing at point B.
Standing.
Your ears
we
are
don't
telling
do
you
standing geometry.
Yes.
He's done it again. If you're standing. Showing us a picture of a drawing of something that's Paige's proof. Shout out Paige. She here tonight? No. Yeah. He shows that. And just claims them to be up and down. This is obviously the monad.
That is what a vertical means.
Oh,
if
right.
You're on a circular surface.
Okay. This is blue marble science geometry then. Right? The things that have to happen.
This is just normal geometry.
No, it's not.
It's not any particular person geometry. This is just geometry.
But you've labelled one of them vertical. This is not any person geometry. This is just, he claims, just geometry. Where you can label verticals emanating from the monad.
Yes, it is called relativism.
Yeah.
And this is this problem went because since Aristotle, all, let's say, scientists assumed a reference point as being not in motion. The first one who brought moving reference point or frame was Galileo Galilei, and he messed up everything, and that's why Einstein built his theory of relativism or relative something special yes, based on this Galileo moving reference frame, because Aristotle said that you cannot, because this is infinite regression. If you are assuming a reference frame as moving, and you are measuring movement or of another point or object relatively to that reference frame, you have to assume that this is not moving, because otherwise you have to go into infinite regression to find the first reference frame being not moving. But Galileo resigned from principle, and that's why we have relativism in science. So this is perfect example of relativism, that you are, because he is moving, his point or frame of reference. So that's the problem. It causes problems. Aporia.
Finishing me brew. Right. Well, I think within logic or geometry or whatever, you always have to have something relative to something, right? That's why they have the unit circle. It's why they have pi, Fibonacci, because the proportions are always relative from this one to this one, right? It's a common thing that for you to judge a difference, you have to make something relative to something else.
Yes, but you cannot do that ad infinitum.
Well, no, because you can't get there. Right? Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
This is Aristotle's principle that you cannot pass through infinity. Therefore, you cannot just chain reaction ad infinitum, referring to moving reference frame. You have to establish first motionless reference frame. And here on the circle, you cannot stop. You have to make circles. So you are stuck in the circle. Simple. It is impossible on the circle. It is impossible to establish a motionless reference frame. That's why he cannot resolve this conundrum. It is not resolvable at all.
Well, I think within this diagram of what they're doing here is they're using a circle, but it's only a visual aid, because the verticals, as they call them, they're just extensions of a radius. But what do you call a radius that passes through the circle? I mean, the circle's not there for any purpose. Not at all. It's a magic trick. There is no circle because they're just straight lines that they're put in there. And it's not a radius, and it's not an extension of a radius, and it's not a vertical either.
Well,
yes, but and he cannot prove anything with that circle.
Yeah.
So,
and in
he's
fact,
stuck.
yeah, like we say, it's called Page's proof because it shows that one of the lines that they want to call vertical isn't perpendicular to the one that they want to call horizontal. So therefore, there's something wrong, right? You can't have vertical and horizontal not being perpendicular, because vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. The very fact that we call this Page's proof is because Page spotted it when Rumpus was doing it. In a room full of people, nobody called Rumpus on this. Nobody's ever called anybody on it. When it's so obvious, a geometric, you can't call that one vertical if that one's a perpendicular to it and it's not horizontal. You have to give up these rules of perpendicularity. I think, well, geometric proofs to the contrary, right? How could that be a proof that vertical and horizontal aren't perpendicular?
In this drawing, we have proof that one of these lines named vertical is not vertical. Simple.
Yeah, that's Page's proof. So simple. Yeah. Rumpus has been drawing these diagrams for ages. Loads of people do. As soon as they start, they draw a circle. So every time they do that, they're committing this fallacy, right? Where it's so obvious that one of them isn't what they're claimed to be. Hence a proof that you cannot have verticals going to a center. It's just not geometrically possible, but hey, that supposedly means something to someone other than geometrically what it means to everyone when they're at school. Changes when somehow. It's an angle.
Because it's vertical at point B.
Are you sure?
100%.
Have you got any sort of citation or anything that refers vertical to a circle, center, anything like that? Have you even got that?
No, I don't.
What, they've not even put it in some dictionary or some weird website somewhere. It's McToons must. They haven't, like, it's a bit not very impressive, right? That they've seemed to have gone back and found all of these, all the McToonery vaults where they've got all of these citation from surveying things that they supposedly can't find horizontal level being horizontal in any of them, but yet they've got, well, they haven't got anything about vertical being to the center of anything. Just literally zero citations anywhere. That's strange, isn't it? It's really strange. But they should do soon, right? You guys, get to work on it. Get your little Google thingy. Just have it cited somewhere. Citations somewhere. They've got to be somewhere. Get on McToons if you're listening. Get on it, man. You need a reference for vertical to the center so you can have an angled vertical.
I don't need a reference, my friend. Why do I need a reference? I'm just telling you this is how I understand it.
Okay.
What reference do you want? The reference is me explaining to you how I understand things to be working.
Yeah.
And why it doesn't.
Yeah. I asked, right, for the Black Swan for vertical and horizontal being perpendicular. And you gave us a very impressive drawing.
I know it's
proof. I did call it, didn't I?
Stop making fun of my drawing. I did my best.
Once again, shout out Paige's proof. Sat in a room of 30, 40 people to be the only one that noticed something that's so obvious. Yet still people don't get it. Seems like it's a logical, it's like a modern day Bridge of Asses type thing, isn't it? Where you have to make this logical leap to understand the geometric reasoning behind it. And I don't know whether people can do that or not. See something so simple. Can't make it any simpler than this.
For me, this is classical dilemma or dilemma, because one of these lemmas is what we can see in this picture. So we have straight line, horizontal, and only one vertical can be perpendicular to it. Globers are going into second lemma that is bending horizontal, but you cannot have perpendicular to a curve. So they have to sacrifice perpendicularity. So they are always switching between the two.
Yeah.
So this is circle jerking. They will never get out of that.
Yeah, it's part of it goes deeper to the fact of the triangle axiom, right? That one that's got the problem also bears the proof of the thing that they're using. It's the stolen concept, sort of, like you say. There's some sort of a dilemma in there. It loops around on itself, and it's a crazy place once you start to divert from what is self-evident and like obvious. When you just look at, all you've got to do is look at the picture and go, yeah, one of those can't be right. You can't have both of those being vertical. That's just not possible within that picture, but somehow they have to allow it and say that it is, when the problem is obvious that there's a circle. Just release the circle, and then you can see how ridiculous it is. It's like the circle has the power within this to be able to change your mind about what you're seeing.
I would say that circle has a power,
yeah,
but not here, not here. It has power to create triangles.
Yeah.
So, and squares, even it has power to create perpendiculars. So yes, it has power, but not here.
We've been talking about, have you ever discussed the monad?
I know what it is. It is, I read it in Euclid also. This Thomas Heath.
There's the geometric monad, which is the point at the center of the circle, right? But there's also like a religious connotation to it.
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
This is monad, or I cannot say.
It's like the all-encompassing, but it's also the center of it all, the beginning, the start,
I would say they name this now singularity.
Yeah.
I would say that. So that would be that. But in geometrical sense, monad is just a point.
Yeah, but in the sense that we're going to be talking about it, it's become a religion, right? That circle being drawn there completely changes their minds about what they're seeing about perpendicularity and geometric stuff, right? The circle bears no relevance to that drawing. Yet when you do put that picture of that circle within that, it obviously changes their state of mind into, I don't know, just a reverse logic. It allows them to fight for the fact that that is a proof that not all verticals and horizontals are perpendicular. I mean, can you imagine doing that at the site of a circle? Changing the very proof that it says, well, one of these can't be vertical, into, well, not all verticals and horizontals are perpendicular. I mean, can you imagine if proofs actually work that way round? Like, it's no wonder they don't have proof.
From what you said, if someone can say that not all verticals are perpendicular to horizontal, it means that only one could be, as this guy said. But if they are trying to save verticals, they have to bend horizontal, and they are losing perpendicularity at all. So none of verticals are perpendicular to horizontal, because horizontal is bendizontal, and vertical cannot be perpendicular to bendizontal.
But you've got to remember that's the only way that you've solved it. They'll solve it. Phew.
No, I
Who
didn't
knows how
solve
they'll
anything.
solve it? Yeah,
I
well,
didn't solve anything. This is an unresolvable problem.
yeah, I know. But
That's why
they
this is
do
dilemma.
resolve it, though, don't they? They do. They have to. I mean, it's still there for them. I mean, it's not a problem for me at all, this sort of thing. I mean, we spotted it ages ago, Page's proof, right? It's a proof, like you said, that one of them isn't vertical. It doesn't obey the laws that you're dealing with when you start off with. When he starts drawing it, vertical and horizontal, perpendicular, then he just draws another one. It's like, this one isn't. It can't be vertical then, because the rules are that vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. Yet you end up with a concept that he obviously thinks that's some sort of a proof to the negative, right? Basically, it takes the concept that vertical and horizontal are perpendicular, and that's how he starts drawing it. And he ends up by saying that vertical and horizontal aren't perpendicular. It's a very stolen concept-y type approach, which is at the heart of all of their logic. They start off with that, and they use that to prove not that in some sort of weird, twisted way. Like, they do it all the time. That, not that. It's going to be a familiar thing. The science of the that, which is actual science, and the science of the not that. What is the not that?
Nobody knows.
Yeah. You talk about it for hours, round and round in circles. That's the science of the not that. You never get anywhere because you're not talking about that.
But it sounds like you've seen this before. Somebody else has already drawn this
Yeah,
to you
but
before.
it was about 2 years ago over at Ranties, and
Right.
Paige pointed out that we'll start calling that one like a vertical, like a testicle, with an LE at the end of it, because it's not vertical.
It is vertical.
It's not.
Well, that's what I call vertical.
You can't have vertical not being vertical in the same thing. It's the law of identity violation, surely.
It's not violation of any law. Vertical, when you're dropping a plumb bomb, like you said, that establishes your vertical. At point B, it's going to be like that. At point A, it's going to be like that. At any other point, it will always be going towards the center. And
there you go. There's the monad, right?
Listen, how he's saying. He's saying prophecy. It will be that way. This is prophecy. He's prophet. He's prophesying that
about his monad
will behave that way.
Yeah, he's like towards the center, right? This is where their God is. Always, every time. Their minds are always drawn to it. And that's all that they can talk about. That's the reason that they're always talking about their shape thing, because their monad tells them to. Right? You have to be talking about. Oh, have I got some super chats? Have a look. Sorry, I've been.
From Gadget, yes.
Oh, Gadget. Thanks, Bev, and the panel. I am really am enjoying the lives. Kevin B is very clever. Enjoying the lives. Oh, the live streams. I hope so. Thank you very much, Gadget. Got some good projects coming up. Let me get me thingy back up. Look up. What's another one? Godzilla. Thank you very much, Gods. Is there more? Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, so, again, we've been over this quite a few times. But the geometric understanding of Page's proof just basically has to be denied by these guys.
Straight away from the center.
Yeah, I'm not so sure everybody else has been informed of this. This might be a conspiracy.
Absolutely,
that
everybody.
you've been kept
Absolutely,
hidden.
everybody agrees on this, Bev.
I wouldn't say so, mate.
Except
I like that. Absolutely, everybody agrees with us on this.
Yes, Rumpus said the same. All agrees with that.
Yeah, that
Yes, so-
vertical and horizontal aren't perpendicular.
yes.
Yeah,
Same story.
Really strange.
flat earthers, of course. And
Well, we're not flat earthers, right?
I know you're not.
Yeah.
I know you're not.
But
That's why
I
I
mean
said them and you.
it's not perpendicular, right? You can't say something is perpendicular,
perpendicular.
and then it's not. Okay, so now
Yeah, it's not. I agree.
you can't have vertical and horizontal being perpendicular.
Well, vertical at line A and horizontal at line A are perpendicular to each other.
Okay, so we're going with the low. So you can have it that, you know, the perpendicular, but you can't. You can have the not that as well as the that, right? But that's not how mathematics works. Only within the minds of very few. Local thing again. How big's a local? A local horizontal, where horizontal and vertical are perpendicular. How large is that?
What do you mean? How large is that?
The
It goes infinitely in all directions, in both directions.
Okay. In both directions.
Well, it's a line. It goes infinitely in two directions. Yeah.
But it's a line that's perpendicular to the vertical.
At that point, yes.
But at that point, because the vertical is a line, wouldn't that be a plane perpendicular?
No, a line and a plane are different things.
Yeah,
No.
I know. But I'm saying, if vertical in reality is a plumb bob, being a vertical, just a line, then perpendicular to that is a plane.
To say that again?
If vertical is
Yeah.
a straight line as identified by a plumb bob, a perpendicle, right? That's hanging down by a straight line. If that one straight line is a straight line, then perpendicular to that, in reality, seeing as we live in reality, is a plane.
Right.
Okay. So therefore...
Perpendicular.
Go on.
You can take a plane. Okay, you can take a horizontal plane. Okay. That's fine.
Yeah. We can establish a horizontal plane. Well, no.
Establish a horizontal plane. Yeah, okay.
Okay. And then all of the perpendiculars to a plane will be parallel.
Yes.
Okay. And perpendicular to a horizontal plane is vertical. When you measure
one.
No,
all of them.
No. When you measure the measurement on a rod, the rod has to be held vertical, and that has to be vertical because the horizontal plane that's established by the instrument, the level, has to be measured perpendicularly. That's the shortest distance.
Right, but so vertical line at point A, right, on my diagram, that's your plumb bob hanging down.
Yeah.
Horizontal line at point A is the horizontal you've established, right? The only perpendicular to horizontal line at point A is the vertical line at point A. If you move sideways with your plumb bob still held, you move sideways towards to point B, your plumb bob is no longer perpendicular to the original horizontal line at point A. You can establish a new, brand new horizontal line at point B, but it will not be the same one.
You know what we call that? Call that egocentric.
Old face lie.
Yes, my personal vertical, only one.
Yeah, egocentric coordinate system, right? You're taking your entire reference frame with you every time. Whenever you move, you're taking the Z. You become the Z.
But it makes measuring rod useless.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an impossible system that can't work, right? Because let's take the XYZ coordinate system, right? Now, you have a 0 right in the middle of the XY and the Z, right? Where the Z is 0. Right, now that's where you are. X0, Y0, Z0. That's your coordinate system, right? Now you're gonna move, right? But you're taking the egocentric coordinate system with you. So when you get to your new position, what's your coordinates?
0.
0, 0, 0. Like you can't measure. You can't measure anything because you're taking your coordinate system with you. You have to fix it somewhere and then use the reference frames that you're dealing with, which is the horizontal and the vertical. You can't take it with you. It's stupid.
Yes, so that's why I mentioned this Aristotle not moving reference frame, and Galileo spoiled that. So this is effect.
Yeah.
Relativism going nowhere because everywhere you can be at 0 point. So this is nonsense.
Mm-hmm. And you have your own egocentric. That means your zero's your 0. And whenever you move somewhere else, somebody else moves to that one.
So 0 is everywhere.
Yeah.
0 everywhere. Yeah.
And it's your own personal one. So you've got like this little vertical, like a skirt of horizontal that you're taking around with you, and everyone else has got their own little vertical and horizontals, and they can all feel like special that they've got their own. Everything revolves around them, right? We were talking about this earlier. This isn't even a thing that a superhero has. There's no superhero that can reorientate horizontal and vertical. It's ridiculous. It's a superpower that nobody should ever have. It would be too destructive. You wouldn't know whether it was to be used locally or like how, like it's ridiculous. It caused so many problems. Yet they want to do that. They can do that within their mind, I'm guessing. Within the structure of how they work. That's, egocentric. But you've already established a horizontal at A.
You can have as many horizontal lines as you want.
Okay, so if you were to get, like, let's go really primitive. Let's have a water level. And let's have it from A to B.
Water level from A to B. Yeah.
So the level
is not straight, if you remember. by my
But
definition.
there's a. Do you know how a water level works?
Yes,
Okay.
Already,
So it's
and
is
it
just,
does
it
follow the curvature.
the definition?
it's just a water level. There's 2 points.
Yes.
A and B.
Yeah. Okay.
So where's the curvature?
In between the 2 points.
But it's horizontal, right? There's no change in elevation.
Right. It's not horizontal. There's no change in elevation. That doesn't mean it's horizontal.
But a horizontal
level.
is a
It's
horizontal.
level. It's not horizontal.
Here we go. We go into the next phase now, right?
This guy,
Yes, he is talking about bendizontal, but
exactly.
he's naming this curved level.
Yeah, curved level, and now he's having an elevation change of a horizontal, which is
He's got his own definition of level.
what?
Yes, but
He's
he
not doing
has to imagine that only. Why he is
I-
imagining
it's-
a curved line between 2 points? I don't know.
It's weird, to be honest.
Yeah, well, obviously he's struggling within a concept and a reality. Always troubling. But a
Look,
level is a
horizontal point at
tool
line
for
A.
establishing a horizontal plane, right? And it establishes a horizontal plane because there's no slope, there's no change in elevation.
That's not why there's it's a horizontal. It's horizontal because it's perpendicular to your plumb bob.
What's so difficult about understanding level? Oh god.
Doesn't understand what the level tool does, right? I mean, this has been a problem for the guys, and they've completely missed it all of the time because they keep going and separating the water level. Right, the water level to these guys is level, but the auto level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane. But he thinks it only establishes a horizontal plane because it's perpendicular to the plumb bob where the tool is.
Yes, but this is problem with water level because in his curved level, this vertical, this plumb bob cannot be on one of the ends of the water level. It has to be in the middle. So it is just nonsense.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Just nonsense.
We're getting into the realms now of the stuff that's been avoided, the conversations that have not been had over the years. And now these guys are obviously, they're having to, think quick enough. I presume that they're not going to be coming around much. I mean, I do encourage the conversation, but how can you, I don't know, how can you defend flat earth math within the construct of this conversation when it leaves you in corners like this where you've got nothing? You're just in aporia.
Yeah.
Yes. Horizontal.
Yes.
A level is a tool that establishes a horizontal plane of reference.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay. A water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference.
Okay.
Okay. Good. Therefore, you can have the horizontal plane be established from A to B.
Okay. Not a horizontal plane. No, you can't.
He realize, yes, he's starting to realize what's going on.
Exactly.
That
said-
and not that, right? He has to have them both.
Exactly. He said, fair enough, okay.
No.
Fair enough, okay. I mean,
It's interesting, isn't it? And I think that
Absolutely.
if this is somebody that's been out for a few years and come back again, then the people that have been in it for long enough now have told everybody not to bother coming and talking to us.
Mm.
I wonder
Who is
why.
the guy? Who is that guy then?
This is Parmesan.
Mm.
He's been out of it for a few years, but he's, like, I guess he's been around for quite a bit. I mean, I don't know how much longer he was here before me.
Is he still around?
Yeah, this is a recent conversation.
Oh, okay.
From A to B. You can't.
Yes, you can. Of course you can.
No, you can't. No, you can't. You can have a horizontal plane at a point. No, you can't have a horizontal from A to B.
What
That's
do you
not
mean at the point?
Can't have a horizontal from A to B.
At the point?
Yes, because this point is in the middle.
Yeah.
As
In the
his
middle. What a
drawings.
point? A point.
Yes, this is his problem because he drew some drawings and at each end of water level there would be verticals not vertical, and only at the midpoint it would be real for him,
Yeah,
real
real.
vertical. But
It's
he's
local.
not there.
Locally.
He's not there.
Yeah.
He's at the end, and
There's problems,
establishing.
yeah, all over the place.
Local
For him.
vertical. Oh.
It means that he cannot establish a horizontal straight line because it's sloping in his model. It is already sloping.
Well, they
So-
can't have a straight line, no, right? That's the point. The whole point of this conversation is because Flat Earth Math has pointed out that if you assume horizontal to be a straight line, then you are assuming it to not be a globe. Right? You're being anti-globe by assuming horizontal as a straight line. And as again pointed out to this guy, he says you cannot have a plane from A to B being horizontal.
Yeah,
Reduced
yes.
it to a point when he gets threatened about this straight line. He can't have it. They
by the way-
shrink to a point. It goes to zero at the point you relate it to a straight line.
Yes, and from A to B, that would be not horizontal, sloping. So it means that water level does not establish horizontal plane of reference, just sloping frame of reference.
But egocentric, right? Relative to where you are, because the slope's always away from you.
Yes, but he said before that you can establish a horizontal plane at your point. So it means it is even worse because you cannot establish with water level, you cannot establish in his mind this egocentric horizontal plane. You cannot. You have to be in the middle between 2 points.
Hey, paper. Sorry, Bev, for just
What?
putting in here. How's it going, everybody? Paper. You know that that I think it's the Pontchartrain Bridge or the Causeway. Is that what do you call it?
Yes.
That picture they have, okay, that shows the bridge curving over. So they must have maths for that then, yeah? Where the local is established. Where I know it's funny, you know. They see it curve, so they must have a maths for that. Water must curve after the local at a certain distance. That's what I don't understand.
5.81.
5.81. What's that, Bev?
That's the measurements that were taken for the causeway. Above the water, right? Well, sorry, above the datum.
Yeah.
All the way across, 5.81 meters. That's been well established.
So water curves after 5.1 meters, is it?
No, 5.81 meters was the established height of the deck of the bridge when Jesse Kozlowski put a thing on the roof of his car and drove over there.
Yeah. Okay, so Does water do the same, or what's happening there in that picture?
Well, the bridge, he was 5.81 all the way above, all the way across for 23 miles.
Okay. Strange.
Yeah. I don't want to say too much more because Blue Marble, But yeah, 5.81 all the way across. Jesse Kozlowski measured, shown in a drawing, in a diagram, a video that he did.
Mm-hmm.
My lad added a few extra ones, and we've got a little clip that we can put up and you can watch that. But it's based on Jesse Kozlowski's clip showing it. They were all around 5.81 meters.
But that picture was done, wasn't it? It was done by somebody. You heard that last night. It was done by Soundly, wasn't it?
No, not that one. The one that we're talking about, where Jesse Kozlowski
Yeah.
drove over it in his car.
I think Soundly kind of publicized that one, didn't he? He went full on that.
Mm-hmm.
But the funny thing is, in that picture, we can see the horizon is absolutely level. It doesn't change either.
What horizon? I don't want to get into it, but
no,
you're
but you can see
you're not talking about mid-picture horizons, are you?
No, I just
Good.
I just trying to analyze the picture. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, you've got to be careful about all of that sort of stuff, and we'll go over it when the time comes.
Yeah.
It'll be coming back again because everybody wants to start talking about it.
Yeah, I just kind of jumped in to say, the people people can come into Discord. You don't have to talk live. We're live every day, isn't that right, Bev?
Yeah,
Or
yeah,
we're
we're
live. You can come into the Discord. You can have a chat. Bev goes live from 8 o'clock UK time to God knows what time, But you can come in any time of the day. You can have a chat with Bev. If you don't understand anything, like me, I'm always asking questions, and we're a good crew in here, and it's all about logic. And the sun's coming back, Bev. I'm back to drawing.
Okay,
New
sweet.
projects for the new Vusra song.
Yeah.
Another new Vusra song.
I've got another one as well for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, another thing that you'd be pretty good at doing. Yeah.
I'll be drawing Euclid using the logic this time with the pencil.
Yeah.
Angles and stuff like that. Looking forward to it, Bev.
Nice. Blue Marble. I see Blue Marbles in the chat.
Yes. Gadget inspector triggered Blue Marble, so he had to respond. Yeah, but he, in his answer in the chat, he's just assuming curve.
Yes.
Yeah, they're all 5.81 meters, right, above the thing. That's the statement, and Blue's backing us up.
Yes. So
5.81.
why he thinks that this is curve?
Yeah. All we were saying is the measurements were about 5.81 all the way across, 23.7 miles.
Crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm hoping that we do get a chance to go over all of that, because there are people in here that weren't with us when we first did that. So we could go over that again. Blue needs a bit more content. He's getting a bit desperate for it. So yeah, I heard that Blue, did I hear right that somebody was saying that you were offering a 1v1? On what? What was that about? I don't know what made him do that. Send us a DM or something, Blue, if you want to do anything like that. Outline whatever it is that you're talking about, and I'll have a look over it. Send it to the monad. Bets, all of that sort of stuff.
You just contradicted yourself. You said horizontal point at A, horizontal line at A, horizontal line at B, and then from A to B, horizontal. No, From A to B is not a horizontal; it's an arc.
Yeah,
Or a string or whatever.
Horizontals don't intersect, right?
Yeah, they do. Two different horizontals can intersect.
No, you can't. Say two horizontals can intersect. It's crazy.
Yeah, so he literally said that at each point you are establishing different horizontals.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense because why someone using water level would do that? Because it is pointless.
So that's the disco ball. Okay. So
No. It's not a disco ball. This is an egocentric coordinate system at every point. You take it with you. You're picking up your vertical and horizontal, and you've got like a horizontal skirt going around with you and a vertical, right? Zenith and nadir and your azimuth, and you're taking that round with you. And everybody has their own.
And this horizontal line is just a point.
So
on the
it's
vertical.
It's like an arc. You're riding your own dinosaur, is it? Oh my God.
As he said, at a point. So it is only a point. So
Yeah.
no horizontal
It has no shape at all. Nothing.
Paper, I have a question for Paper. When the ballers talk about local horizontals, what does that mean?
It means for them, they say it explicitly, at a point. It means that they are saying that this is a line, but if they say that at a point, it means that this is a point. They rename line into point. This is trick, simple trick. And as with this egocentric reference frame, you are moving, every point you are moving, you are changing a horizontal point.
So it has to bend then.
Of course, yes, because every different point is not collinear with this original, let's say, horizontal. So it has to curve, yes.
Well, no, right. Conceptually, it has to curve, but in reality, it's just horizontal and vertical.
Just disco ball.
No, just horizontal and vertical, perpendicular.
Horizontal, but they are turning a line into point. They are trying to do that, of course. So
yeah,
they
well,
are naming...
you can do that, right? No matter where you are in reality, and you take a plumb bob with you, right? At every point, that will be perpendicular, vertical and horizontal, right?
Yes, in reality,
the fact that the horizontal is an actual plane, that still everywhere where you are, at every point, but with this coordinate system, you can drop a zero and measure a distance. Within their egocentric, you can't measure a distance because you're always at 0, 0, 0. You can't put a tape measure at 0, 0, 0 and then walk off with the other end of the tape measure and measure at 0, 0, 0. It's not possible for you to be able to do that sort of a thing. Unless you want to have a stolen concept idea where you are actually using a horizontal straight measuring system like a water level and leaving point A there and then going to point B like you do in reality. Like so
today, Bev, I was working with a bubble laser. Do you know those bubble lasers?
Mm-hmm.
I was working with one of them. I was on a project there today. And you know, it beeps and it flashes when you're not level.
Mm-hmm.
Then they're really accurate, you know. So that's level. How far did they work? anything about that? No. Know anything about them?
The spinning ones. Was it a big one?
No, it's just you put it in your hand. It's a very expensive thing. You put it on a tripod.
Yeah.
And you can use them without tripods. You know, I'm building the boats now. We're getting the center of the boat, and you know you have to get the absolute center of the boat, and you put it. You put the tripod in the boat. You know, at the bottom of the keel of the boat underneath. We were looking for the absolute center of the boat, and the way that things work, that laser works is it flashes if it's not level. When it stops flashing, it's level. You can put it on the speaker as well. You know, it beeps as well. You know, when it's absolutely level, because when you look down as well, there's a kind of you have a kind of a bubble. You have to have it. There's kind of a screen. You have to have the bubble absolutely in the middle, and that shows you absolutely level and horizontal. You know, it's crazy. It's to the millimeter
Mm-hmm.
with the lasers. You know, it's very expensive equipment. You know, so I was just wondering, I can do that with a 45-foot boat. When does that level change? Like, where are they asking? Where does the baller say that level change?
Do you assume that when you have a level that it's establishing a horizontal?
Well,
or do you imagine or assume that the horizontal is straight?
No, level. It would be level. It would be level to if you want to establish a horizontal plane, yeah, that would work.
And would you assume no that horizontal plane is straight, like a plane 2D? Because that's offensive, that now, you know.
I don't know. That's why I'm in here. I don't know how it works. Because you know, people say it could bend or whatever. I don't know. That's why I'm in here. I'm asking questions.
Mm-hmm.
Is it local or what's the story going on? What's the story? I don't know.
Don't know. That's the whole thing we're going on about, talking with this guy about the fact that Flat Earth Math has said if you assume horizontal to be a straight line, then you're assuming it's not a globe. It's anti-globe behavior, assuming horizontals are straight lines.
Jesus, that's terrible what he said the other night. Yeah.
You wouldn't want to be doing that. I mean, if they consider it offensive, you'd be one of the last peoples to want to offend anybody by telling them that horizontal's a straight line, right? That'd be terrible, wouldn't it? You wouldn't.
Now, with the laser I was working with today, there, Bev, I could build I could build a level and straight wall. You know, the first bricks for hundreds of miles. You know, it wouldn't change. You do whatever. You can go as far as you see the laser. You know, you just thumb it up. You know, you put your level. You do 50 bricks, then you go another 50 bricks. Be always level. It would be always level. I don't know, and that's my question. Where do those guys say it's local? Where does it change?
Where does what change? Local.
Yeah, where does local change? They're all saying it's local horizontal.
Local is wherever you are, right?
Yeah, but I could shoot a laser. The laser I had today.
That'd be local.
I could shoot it 40 meters. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Right, and then I go another 40 meters. I could shoot it again 40 meters. It wouldn't change.
Yep.
You know, because you can calibrate you can stop it. You know, you can calibrate the thing so you get the same level. You know, you just move the thing, and the level will find what you did 40 meters behind you, you know, and you put it down again, and that'll test it again for another 40 meters.
Yes, but for Globers, it would mean that you established three different horizontals and three different verticals diverging for Globers. That works.
Yeah, the three planes of a triangle. We heard about it.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
it's crazy. It's not reality what they think. You know, it wouldn't work in the real world. You know, building walls or building boats. It just doesn't work. What they're saying doesn't work.
Look at this one in the chat there, like that one.
Which one?
Level and straight are incompatible. Do you reckon that I'd make a t-shirt for him, Matt, right? That's a good t-shirt for a Glober, that. Do you reckon, how many do you reckon you'd sell with that?
Hex, just with HEX, you'd sell loads. Yeah.
Buy a t-shirt like that. Right, let's get through this a bit more. Let's go.
I seen Blue popped into Arwen's there today. He said hello. Just saying.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he said hello.
That's interesting. Teaming up with the Flat Earth debate crew, isn't he?
Arwen was all
Drama.
excited. Arwen was all excited, you know, seeing Blue in his chat. And one of his mods started insulting Blue. And then Arwen started giving out to one of his mods. Yeah, for once we have a Glober in our chat, you know, leave him alone. You shouldn't talk to him like that. Blah, blah, blah.
Supporting him, yeah.
Yeah, he was supporting the Blue Marble Science. Arwen was today, yeah. So there's something going on there, I think.
Yeah, they need to support each other. It's about time.
Hey, Bev, seriously, I don't want to be a conspiracy and all that, you know. But I think we're dealing with FES.
Absolutely. Yeah, we've been on that for a bit.
Yeah, me too. You know, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's been going for quite a while. You can tell with Flat Earth math. It's if they've got Flat Earth something in their names, then you can tell there's something a bit weird going on.
Yeah. No, it's crazy. God love them anyway. Listen, I'll go back to the YouTube chat.
Okie dokie, thanks, Gadget.
Cheers, guys. Bye.
Can't measure an angle with a horizontal and then measure the other angle horizontal. You can't have two lines that are horizontal and measure an angle between the two.
You can, if you take one horizontal at point A, from my diagram again, if you take another horizontal at point B, which would be perpendicular to the vertical line at point B, it will cross horizontal line at point A, and there will be an angle between them.
Here we go. Shout out equipotential angle of adjustment. Getting it like a full rounded bag. We get all of them. We've had the double drop. We've had the hump. Now we're getting, this is the equipotential angle of adjustment, sort of a specialized hump.
And of course, a tangent horizontal.
Yeah. We get the full bag. And the fact that a horizontal can't be a straight line from A to B. So it's a well-rounded bag in the conversation points for you to go through with people. I think math has really helped us within this conversation.
They're not going to be parallel. Bev, we're going around in circles.
Quick mention a circle. You'll be all right.
We are going round and round the same thing.
Well, I think you've said some ridiculous shit, to be honest. I mean, like,
I think you said some ridiculous shit, my dude.
Right, you realise an angle is the inclination of one straight line to another straight line. Mm-hmm. And you've stated that you can have an angle from a horizontal to a horizontal, starting
To
line,
a
end line.
different horizontal at a different line, yes, at a different point, yes. Established at a different point, yeah.
Wow.
You can.
That sounds, you know how an angle's formed, right? It's like there's a vertex point, and then you've got obviously a horizontal or a line, a straight line, and you measure the inclination of another straight line to that straight line. Yet he's saying he can have both of those straight lines being horizontal. What's he thinking? How does that even possibly happen? At one point, two different horizontals. Got to measure the angle, the inclination of one to the other. How does he even imagine it? Because he's not imagining what he thinks he's imagining, because that's not an angle of how you could ever do that. He's not even imagining that, is he?
I don't know what he is imagining, but that would be conclusion from his model, and so contradictory. That's it. He is happy with that, or maybe not happy, and he's just covering being upset with that. I don't know, but
can you see where the angle is measured, though, right? Conceptually in the mind.
This is the same problem as with this plumb bob in the middle of the water level.
Yeah.
This is measured or not measured, calculated, where is no one's there.
Yeah, the intersection of these horizontal lines that he's imagining for an angle is in the middle.
Yes, in the middle, nobody there.
The monad. Like the religious spot, the most highly religious spot that you can't attain is a measurement in the center of somewhere where nobody is. It's not an angle measurement at all. It's just a perceived place where he can imagine the angle would be measured, but he can never get there. It's a religious site. And he doesn't even realize it when they're saying it. It's fantastic to me. And I can't even imagine how you can imagine that you could...
I've just explained it. I've just explained it on my diagram.
I don't think you've only got one horizontal there. I mean, how can you have an angle between a horizontal and a horizontal?
Because you can have another horizontal at point B.
Right, go on then. You put where we measure the angle.
Oh, come on. I've already closed the thing. I can't.
Oh,
I didn't even save it.
Wow.
Oh, wait.
Well, you'd have to do it all again.
No, hold on. I did save it. Sorry. Where is it? But can I edit it now?
You just put another line on it, innit?
I have to use a different. Okay.
You can hear him laughing while he's doing
funny
this,
because
right?
it's not the line is not straight. I had to draw it freehand.
He even knows what he's doing.
But
is
maybe you can
funny.
Forgive the bad
It's
image.
like Jesse Kozlowski laughing at the car going underneath the water. Submarine cars.
There you go.
I'm more after trying to understand how you understand the concept.
You see the blue one?
Mm-hmm.
That would be, it's not drawn very well, I know, but that would be where the straight the horizontal at point B would be. That's
Okay,
how it
so
crosses.
all of those angles there, where the intersection, because there's the vertical angles, isn't there, equal to thing. So all of those angles would be. Now, which one would you use as your angle in between the horizontal and the horizontal? Would you use the smaller angle or the larger? You like that? Bet they'd never even thought about that. If that's the point where the horizontals intersect, then every one of those angles in between there, all four of them, are an angle between a horizontal and a horizontal. Then what's the angle between the horizontal and the horizontal?
Which one to choose?
Yeah. Which angle are you going to go with? I mean, like, it's a ridiculous idea that they're even coming up with it, that there's an angle between a horizontal and a horizontal. And then they're saying, where is it? And you go, it's there. And which one is it now? Like, what even is the concept that they're talking about? And why are they saying it? All to prove that horizontals, well, to sort of prove to themselves that horizontals aren't parallel, because horizontals being parallel and vertical and horizontal being perpendicular is offensive.
By the way, if as this drawing shows, we have here so-called two horizontals, and in his model, this true vertical would be where these horizontals are intersecting, but it means that this vertical would be not perpendicular to neither of them, because this vertical would be at angle to every to both. So you have to create third in the middle, third horizontal.
Always in the middle, right? Always to the monad.
Yeah, so this is just infinite regression.
All the problems caused by injecting, like, this started because somebody tried to inject Earth model to horizontal. Terrible position for him to be in. Terrible.
Both of them are angles between the horizontals.
Yeah, well, if you sum them all up, it's 360.
360.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
how would you be able to tell? You know, is there a common way of saying which angle you're referring to, the larger or the smaller? Because if you take the sum of them all, the sum of two of them will be 180, and the sum of the other two will be 180, and the opposite ones will always be equal.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, there's just label them. That's the easiest way.
So what would you say? Like, this horizontal is at 45 degrees to horizontal. Like 45, that'd be bad. 33. This angle is at 33 degrees to horizontal. Or would you reference
say
it
this
to
angle
vertical?
I would just label the angle, call it whatever, x, and then you say x equals 33. That's it. Degrees, if you want to do it that way. I don't know where you're getting. What you're getting at.
I'm getting at we're trying to realize, it's one of George's last works, God rest his soul. The realizing the equipotential angle of adjustment.
What's that?
Well, I mean, I'll sell it. It's the angle between a horizontal and a horizontal, or an angle between a vertical and a vertical, because of a perceived distance between them. Do you like that? I could be an equipotential angle of adjustment salesman, I think. I think I've practiced it enough now. To be honest, I feel like the torch has been passed by George, nutsack, onto us, God rest his soul, to push this, to let people inform people if they know about it.
It's new invention, or rather discovery.
Well, in order for you to have bendizontal, right, or the perception of bendizontal, then you have to have the concept of horizontal intersecting with horizontal. And of course, everybody knows where two horizontals intersect, you have an equipotential angle of adjustment. It's well known, or at least it should be. You can't like, otherwise you've just got straight line horizontals being parallel, and everyone knows that. At least within this guy's framework, Parmesan, the blue marble scientists, they get offended at straight line horizontal. So, yeah, you best have it. It's the equipotential angle of adjustment. Look into it, Judge Nutsack. God rest his soul.
Okay.
It's a consequence of a ridiculous model, isn't it? That I'm pretty sure a lot of people aren't aware of.
It's not a ridiculous model.
What?
What I've just drawn. It's not a ridiculous model. It's how reality works.
That picture's how reality works with the equipotential angle of adjustment, consequent of a ridiculous model. He can draw pictures. People can draw pictures. Blue marble science, that's a proper blue marble scientific picture. Isn't it? Blue. Hope so. Don't want to be misrepresenting any blue marble scientists out there. Really, you think? Well, I mean, that definitely was you drawing that picture. I mean, that happened in reality, didn't it? I mean, that did.
Yeah.
But that picture isn't how reality works, is it?
That is how reality works.
Well, again, it is my understanding, still is, that vertical and horizontal are perpendicular.
Only one of them is.
Only one. Is that Highlander?
The horizontal line taken at point A is perpendicular to the vertical line taken at point A, but it's not perpendicular to the vertical line taken at point B. That's it.
Yeah. Do you understand perpendicularity in geometry?
Of course I understand perpendicularity.
But you're saying that it's not perpendicular.
It isn't, just like I demonstrated.
From the line. I mean, which one's the original? Does that work if you go up and down on the vertical? I mean...
Well, if you draw... If you're at point A and you take other horizontals at point A,
perpendicular.
Well, they're going to be parallel to each other.
Yeah, okay. But you can't do likewise on the horizontal.
No, because the vertical. What is?
It's a new geometric rule for perpendicularity that only works for one of them. The actual
it's
lines.
Not new. Not new. It's because you're trying to apply it.
It is new. I've never even heard anybody even attempt to say that before. So this is, as far as I know, it's a new rule for perpendicularity.
You could call it what you like, though. It's nothing new. It's just if you're applying it like you're.
Did you know that? I'd never heard of that before. The law of perpendicularity for horizontal and vertical is that there can be only one.
Yes, that's new.
Yeah.
But
actually only one vertical?
Yes, one vertical for a plane of horizontal plane. So vertical has only one. No, yes, personal horizontal plane.
But you can have multiple horizontals on a vertical.
Yes, on different, let's say, elevation.
Yeah.
But but you cannot move them in horizontal position.
Yeah,
It
they
means
have to
that-
stay on the vertical, really.
Yes, so on this one's vertical, you cannot move that vertical in parallel way.
No.
You cannot do that.
No, so you can't move the vertical, and the horizontals don't go beyond the vertical.
Yeah.
So all you really have to reference the horizontal is the vertical.
Yeah.
Yeah. We sort of shrunk the horizontal internally within the vertical.
Yes,
somehow.
this is one of the points on
Yeah.
vertical datum.
Yeah.
So main sea level is a horizontal plane of reference.
Yeah. Yeah, all of it. Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it? Wherever you reference on the vertical, that's horizontal.
It means that if you are moving up and down, you are moving along horizontal plane.
Yeah, whenever you measure a vertical height, that's actually like a horizontal reference as well.
Yes, of course.
Genius. Oh, they've been. It must have been doing this for years. They surely must have been developing this with the new tech. When they were talking about expanding on Euclid, they've done really well, haven't they? Like, I don't know the way they've done this.
Applying it to
two straight lines.
A plumb. You're applying it to a plumb bob in the real in real world, right? Which adheres to pointing towards the center of the Earth all the time. Which means if you move away from point A and go to point B, it's going to be
vertical,
move.
right?
It points, it points towards the center. It doesn't continue to point
vertical
in the
isn't to the center.
Vertical is to the center.
Plumb isn't to the center.
It is exactly to the center. It is exactly what it is. It points to the center of the Earth. And that, Bev, is where everybody, all the geodetic surveyors disagree with you. Because you say plumb is just down. Or all the ones I've seen debate you, maybe.
There's
maybe
no geodetic surveyors have debated me.
Really?
Yeah.
What about
absolutely?
What about what was his guy? What was that
debates.
guy? Maine surveyor? I thought he debated you.
The guy that may or may not be from Maine that's proved to everybody he doesn't know how to set tills up. You really think he's a surveyor?
Yeah, I've seen his credentials.
Highly doubtable.
Mm-hmm. What about the other guy?
You're saying here. So are you saying that he debated me?
He did debate somebody. I watched it.
Mm.
Was that not you? Maybe it wasn't you.
I think it might have been
anyway.
Whitsitt. I think he went on Modern Day Debates with Whitsitt, didn't he?
Ah, yeah, maybe. Mm. See, it was a long time, Bev. I can't remember everything. But anyway, oh, I know who debated you. I remember now. There was the guy that did the Rainy Lake experiment.
George,
you know where he drilled. That's the guy, I think.
Oh yeah, God rest his soul.
What the fuck kind of debates do you watch, mate?
That was a long time ago. I don't watch them anymore.
It's not. The guy thinks George debated me about something. George. I don't know what sort of stories went around. But I mean he has been out of it for quite a while on what he's been watching. Definitely never seen George debate me.
Like, please,
I apologize for wasting my life on that.
No, but please pick me out any so-called labelled debate in this topic that's ever been an actual debate. Because there aren't any.
That's a good point. all turns into a name calling exercise.
Yes.
In fact, the actual servers that are around here that have taken on the debate thing have purposely, I think, disrupted what you think a debate is. Because it's not what they do. Flat Earth debate, debate flat Earth, and more. No debate, just shouting at people. People trying to shove the balls down each other's throats, and that's the obviously flat Earth debate.
Captain
method.
Caveman just posted 3 pictures that are trying to imply that buildings, because buildings look like they're parallel to each other, means everything is parallel.
Wow, did that trigger you? He's put some lines on some pictures. Is that what you're saying?
Straight lines. You don't like straight lines.
Wow, yeah. Don't imply that they're like whatever. Don't you? I know you're not agreeing to those lines that he was drawn on those pictures as being parallel. Nobody said that you did, and you don't particularly have to dislike that. But it's all right. Understand?
I'm not particularly disliking. I'm just saying to it, quite funny. Horizontal line contained in EF would necessarily include points E and F as part of the horizontal line. Okay, yeah, I agree with that.
Bev, you know you would call someone a hydrophobic if they like don't go near water or they don't like water. What would a straight line version of that be called? Anyone got any ideas? Bev, you went off and fucking made a cup of tea, didn't you?
I might have done.
We'd need the we'd probably need the original Latin or whatever for straight. Not sure if it's straight or line. That's the problem.
I think it's straight. I think it's straight.
I think line might be what Mobius is wondering if it's a problem.
I would have an idea
Mobius might
on
not be
that.
able to talk though.
Well, we have actually looked into this, and I can't seem to find anything. I mean, it's like an aversion to straight seems
Yes,
like ridiculous.
Rectus, it is in Latin. So it would be rectophobia.
Is there such a thing, though?
Rectus means straight or right or straight. It is like in English, it has, let's say, moral sense and geometrical sense. And in Latin, it works the same.
Yeah, so would it be deemed as like an aversion to the righteous type sort of a thing, right? Like you say, religious.
Yes, righteous or right or rect.
Yeah.
Because in English, it is also the same word, right, as rect is known also. So it might be rightophobia or rectophobia.
Yeah. Like it is weird that Rumpus chose that as the name of his test. So strange, right?
Yes, he is classical rectophobe.
That we might have to get that. Rectophobe does sound good. Because there's a horizontal, but I mean, I guess when it comes down to it, it is the straight line, isn't it, from A to B?
Yes.
Talking about, yeah. Interesting.
And perpendicular to vertical as defined. Okay.
Going over Sarah Gaffney's.
Oh, Bev.
Sorry, I had to go and see the missus. Go on.
You know, like a hydrophobia, scared of water. What is a phobia of straight lines?
I don't know. We've looked for it. There isn't one. You can't, like, it's...
Well, Kev suggested, actually, which was good, looking at the original Latin for
There you go.
straight,
straight.
maybe.
Yeah.
Or for line. I'm not sure which. We were
think
wondering
you're
which
gonna
one it is.
You're going to have to talk about the mythologist. Look, see, there you go. Paper's already answered it, but we're going over the talk. Could have done with you there then, Paper, as we were talking about it.
Okay.
I looked for it, and I don't think it's a thing. But I guess if that's the word, and erectophobe sounds fucking genius. Sounds like it fits, so we're having it. We're going to make it, Paper.
That would be neologism.
Yes.
If Globbers can produce neologisms, so why we not?
Yeah, we're having that one.
Yeah, probably.
That's the only way you can go with it. You have to have somewhere to start from, and like the perpendicular. What we got in our here is that a guy made a video exposing something that a lot of people aren't ready for mentally, and he's shown it through his confusion. It's shocking, really. That that what's going to happen because of this, because what he exposes, we've not even had a chance to go over it. I'm pretty sure we've been over it, but I mean, it needs to be gone over again. I think it's fucking amazing. I think it's like a gift, like Logos goes, yeah. You do a video about vertical and horizontal and how they're perpendicular to each other and perpendicular to a plane being parallel. Using enthymeme. Enthymeme then enters somebody else's head. They get an urge to make a video and put the enthymeme actually in as though I said it. I didn't. He thought it. Logos entered him. And triggered him to make a video about something, and then obviously his video is about fighting Logos. The reasoning that he
I have to go. See you later.
See you later. Thanks for popping in.
That was amazing.
That's it. Thank you very much, people. Back to the Discord.
Okay, I have to drop off.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Good night.
Yeah, thank you. That's the end of that. So we went over that. I will clip that one out, put it out as a video. I'm going to add a Buster. You don't understand at the beginning of it, and I'll put that out as a video. Going to be doing much more of those sort of things. When we do this is what we're going to be doing. Different types of conversations, all sorts of different people. Have chats with the regulars, I'm guessing. Turn the On the Level Discord server into a bit of a gaming pub. Open the doors during the day, might go live a few times during the day, go over a few things, make some videos, let some people in on making the videos and the stuff that we do. Should be good. How's everybody? I missed most of the Discord there because I've been listening to that. See, we've got Blue Marble back. Is he touting for a bit more business?
Bit of art as well, Bev.
Oh, yeah.
Drawing straight lines. Angles. I could do angles as well, with the compass and that. Yeah. Drawing live. I'll be drawing live. Maybe we could draw a live one night as well. I could draw a live. Instead of doing the TikTok.
Do all that sort of stuff.
Yeah. Could you when you're live, could I put my camera and you could see me drawing live? Could you do that live on a live stream?
I could put get your camera on the screen, yeah. We could sort that.
Maybe, you talk for 5 hours as you usually do. I could just draw, everybody can see how.
Yeah, nice. Get your rig set up with your camera and all that, yeah?
Yeah.
That'd be brilliant.
Okay. That'd be brilliant, yeah. Okay.
Strap yourself into a chair like you on a big deck, like where like a a seat where everything's all set up with your board and it never moves, so every time you switch your camera on, it's all exactly the same.
Yeah, we could do that as well, but no, but I could do a live drawn.
Yeah.
Like, just start off from scratch. I could just have my camera over, you know. I do whatever I want, you know. And could you have a little square in the corner of me drawing live, like?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I could sort that.
Yeah, like it wouldn't have to be perfect. Just for people just to look at something, you know, how we draw straight lines, how we get angles. You know, I like Da Vinci. You know,
Yeah.
we could do all that, no problem.
Yeah, I've got another one for you to have a go at that I think you can add a bit of your flair to. But I will have a discussion about that.
Yeah, well, send that all to me in the DMs, please, Bev. I'm gonna.
Will do.
Actually, I'm going to England tomorrow.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
Like one of those booze cruises.
Yeah, the Rochelle are playing Northampton Saints tomorrow, Saturday. So we're all heading out with the wife and a few friends. We're taking the plane. We're flying over tomorrow night. Hoo-hoo, England. We're staying over in Ipswich. And then we're driving out to Northampton, then back to Ipswich, back to Stansted. We're flying into Stansted, actually. Yeah. That's not your part of the country anyway, Bev. I'd love to meet up for you for a beer one day anyway. You're not far from Liverpool, are you?
No.
Oh,
Close enough.
Liverpool. Yeah, that's my team. Maybe one day. Yeah. Love to meet you. Anyway, thank you very much. I'm going to bed.
All right.
Cheers.
Thanks, Gadget.
Yeah.
Gadget the artist. Thank you very much. Blue Marble, what's he talking about? He's having fantasy dreams about water levels. It's not right. He says it's not a joke either. Not so sure he's okay. You all right, Blue? Always with the ankles. When did you do your latest test, Blue? When was the most recent one? The most recent reciprocal zenith thing. So we've started this year. We've gone over 3, 4. Were we third week in? We did initially say we'll get around to it, and we will get around to it. The reciprocal zenith angle video of Blue Marble Science, unless he's took it down. But yeah, we'll get round to that because I mean we've established now that vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. But how these guys have an aversion to a straight line horizontal. But I'm not too sure how now vertical and horizontal could be perpendicular. So I think, first off, what we're going to have to do is find out whether the Blue Marble scientists are having vertical and horizontal being perpendicular, or whether we're completely doing away with perpendicular, or whether we're going to redefine perpendicular to deal with curves and angles to curves. It's a bit of a tricky situation that we're in, and I think we'll be getting there at the end of this bit of time. Anyone got any Buster songs? We'll end this up for tonight. It's
new one, please.
I haven't got the new one. Not had a chance to do the new one yet.
What?
Yeah.
You just have to play the.
Yeah, but I've not even got where it is, any way to do it. So it was on the video. Sorry.
Darn it.
I'll try and do my best. I'll sort it out for some sort of a thing. We'll do gaming tomorrow, right? And we'll do a flying about and just clip it as a thing so we can let everybody else hear it. Because, yeah, I'm not doing any more videos tomorrow. I've said that. Gaming day tomorrow. If you want to come in, have a chat. We might be opening it up live and having a chat all day. Miss you says wisdom in all honesty. That's a good one for Euclid night. It's another one I think that's going to get redone. We need a SE to revoice. So, thank you very much. Thanks for joining us. Euclid night. We've been going over horizontal being a straight line and how to involve that within a conversational topic. Try it out for yourself. Go back and watch the other video where we went over the original with flat earth math. Strange times we're in. Come and join us tomorrow at Free for All Friday. Come and join us in the Discord server. Free for All Friday. See you tomorrow.
It is probably the single most important mathematical idea of all. The notion of proof by circle and line or ruler and compass construction means that geometry can be known about in a way that is different from knowing about physical things, and so makes geometry epistemically differentiated. Furthermore, starting from circles and lines alone and constructing a relationship using circles and lines alone makes the conclusions certain in a way that nothing else was at the time. In geometric reasoning, the argument and the conclusions were made supremely clear and evident to the senses. Indeed, the concept of proof, a mechanism that gave a warrant for claiming geometry to be perfectly and absolutely true, made geometry the very paradigm of what we mean true and certain knowledge to be. In effect, in our understanding of nature, true means true, like geometry is true.
Come go with me. Open your mind. Was all I ever knew. Finding the knowledge of the real world starts with the point of which has no parts. These are the axioms of life.
True.
And I take my chances with the old ways, finding the proofs in geometry.
Perfect.
And I don't care what all the sophists say. I find the proofs in reality. They were right.
We call this
We know that they were right.
true. We call this proof. Like geometry is true.
Starting with circles and lines alone, constructing the nature of what's known.
We call this proof.
Conclusions are clear and the evidence seen. This 3D space works perfectly. And I take my chances with the old ways, finding the proofs in geometry. And I don't care what all the sophists say. I find the proofs in reality.
Geometry is true. Perfect. Absolutely.
And all around you is sinking sand. You have a place on which to stand. Foundations were already built for you.
Absolutely true.
Open your mind. And I'll take my chances with the older ways, hearing the words of what the ancients said. They say my words sound like sorcery, but there's wisdom in all honesty.
True.
Come go Come go with me. We'll find the truth.
Absolutely.
True.